Welcome to TCO22. It's an honor for me to be a part of this annual event. TCO, the Topcoder Open, was created to celebrate the incredible talent within our member community. It's an opportunity for our members to showcase their brilliance in front of a global audience. I joined Topcoder earlier this year because I saw the greatness in this community and the potential impact that a truly diverse set of minds could have on the business world and ultimately society. But to unlock that potential, we need to stay focused on the community. And to ensure Topcoder is community first, we announced a few months ago our revised purpose statement, which is to unlock the potential of the global workforce. There are so many talented individuals in this world that haven't been given a chance to showcase their potential. Our goal at Topcoder is to be a place where everyone is welcome, where biases don't exist and skills of all levels are celebrated. TCO is core to Topcoder and will continue to grow as Topcoder grows. It's our opportunity to celebrate this diverse and truly global community. This event is about showcasing some of the most talented individuals in the Topcoder community, and I would argue the world. This is my first TCO and I couldn't be more excited. To all those competing in this TCO, good luck. And whether or not you place in an event, you're already a champion. And to all the members out there, whether you're earning, learning, or connecting, I want to thank you for continuing to be a part of this amazing community. Thank you and enjoy the event.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 Topcoder Open. I'm Jessie with the Topcoder community team, and I'm so excited to bring another TCO to you all at your home. This is our 22nd TCO, if you can believe it, and I've been honored to be a part of so many of these TCOs throughout the years. This next couple of days, we have so many amazing things in sight for you. First, this is a massive celebration of all of you, our community members. We're so glad to have you here and be a part of our community and always coming back to give, to learn, to grow, and to connect. So thank you so much for being a part of our community. So we have some amazing, incredible competitions happening. This is the culmination of a year-round of hard work and dedication from our top performers at Topcoder. And this is our opportunity to celebrate them and see who comes out on top as our TCO champion. But it's also an opportunity to celebrate all things community. We are so grateful to have all of you as part of our community that are solving tough problems for our amazing customers, who are here to learn and grow and really come to live that freelance lifestyle that you so badly want to be able to live. The best part about Topcoder community is that you have the opportunity here to work on what you're most passionate about. And it's really cool to see so many of you working on your passions as part of Topcoder competitions, as part of customer problems. So thank you for all that you do. So while we watch these amazing competitions, we have so many cool things in store for you as well. So this isn't just about cheering on the best of the best. We want to see you pick who you think is going to win. We want to see you competing. There's so many awesome things happening throughout the next few days. So please don't miss a thing. You can find all of the information on our website, tco22.topcoder.com. And always reach out to any of our community team members at any time if you have any questions or concerns. But it's a great opportunity to win some swag, be on top of the leaderboard for TCO. So not only cheer on our top performers, but be a part of the action as well. So don't miss out on opportunities such as joining the mentorship program where you can learn tools and guidance for success here. Don't forget to add your memory to the timeline wall. So excited to have this amazing living timeline wall of all the things that have been a huge part of your lives at Topcoder. So don't miss the timeline wall. We have some awesome competitions where you can pick who you think the winner is, or who we have a data science practice match that you can participate in to help you be more successful in data science competitions. We've got a puzzle challenge happening, an RDM, so many cool things that I hope you'll take advantage of over the next few days and few weeks. But I'm so excited again to be here. I wish we were in person, spreading the love and giving some live hugs, but we are gonna make this the best 3 days that we possibly can. So thank you again for being here, and please enjoy all the festivities that we have planned.
My name is Topcoder. My Topcoder handle is Kankoro. I will participate in algorithm track.
My name is Eryx and I am the TCO Finalist in algorithm track.
Hi, my name is Paulo Storari. I am Brazilian. I am very happy to be here in the wonderful community to participate in the final. My track is Key A. Team Topcoder, thanks for existing.
I am Vladimir from Brazil. I am competing in the marathon track.
wleite, wleite.
Representing China. My handle is Eryx. This year I will participate in the algorithm track.
Hi, I'm Honghao Wang from China. My Topcoder handle is Bills Edison. I'm the co-pilot of the development track.
Hi, this is Jingbo Shang. My Topcoder handle is Shangjingbo, and I'm representing China.
I'm Psyho574. I'm from China. I'm competing on development track.
Hi, my name is Chun Huang. My Topcoder handle is Wendell. I'm a co-pilot winner representing China.
Hello everyone, my name is Charles Sorgo and I'm a freelance software developer. I come from Burkina Faso and I will be representing France at the TCO Finals in the first to finish category. I'm very excited to see you all there in November.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Butin. My name is sullyper on Topcoder. I will be competing in the marathon track representing France.
I am Nicolas Jimshadaishvili from Georgia. My handle is Nika. I'm marathon finalist.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris. I'm from Germany. My handle is blackmath. Good luck everyone.
Hello from Germany. My name is Ralf Pullitz. You might know me as eulerscheZahl, and I will compete in the Topcoder Marathon Finals.
Hello everyone, my name is Victoria Pere, the handle is Pereviki. I'm from Hungary and I qualified for this TCO as a design co-pilot. Besides that, I'm also competing on the design track sometimes and I'm a member of the Topcoder UX team. I wish all the best for all the competitors. Bye!
Hi, I'm David from Hungary. My Topcoder username is vdave. I'm competing in the marathon final.
Hello everyone, my name is Chinmay. My Topcoder handle is chinwib66. I am from India. This is my first TCO Finals and I will be competing in the first to finish track.
Hi, I am Deepak from India. I am Topcoder finalist for the Kickoff track.
Hi everyone, I am Sandeep Yadav. My Topcoder handle is half%, and this year I am the co-pilot trip winner. It's good to see you all virtually.
Hi, I'm Ketan Singh, also known as Kets, and I'm from India. I'm a data science co-pilot and I'm a community manager at Topcoder. This year, I'm attending TCO as a data science co-pilot trip winner. See you guys at TCO.
Hello guys, myself Nilesh Kumar Jangil. I am from India and my Topcoder ID is nkj_98. Thank you guys.
Namaste, myself is Deepak Kumar and I am from India. I am competing in development track. All the best to all the finalists.
Hi, I'm Manohar. I'm from India, Bangalore, and my Topcoder handle is SHA392EDU.
I'm participating in the TCO22 Finalist QA track.
Hi everyone, my name is Jahangir. I come from India and I participate in Topcoder with the Topcoder ID Solve95. Have a good day guys.
Hi everyone, this is Surya from India, competing on UI Design track. See you at TCO Finals.
Hi, my name is Aditya Mawadi from Bandung, Indonesia for TCO22 Design Finalists.
Hi, I'm Eryx from Indonesia and I am very excited to compete in TCO22. See ya!
Hi everyone, I am Basuki Abinara from Indonesia. My handle is Basuki and will compete in design track competition. See you!
Hello, I am TJ Rubianto from Indonesia. My handle is Jackmania and I'm competing for UI Design track. Good luck everyone.
Hello, my name is Arianto. I'm from Indonesia.
Hi, I'm Perile and this is my daughter. I live in Medan, Indonesia. I'm TCO 2022 UI Design Finalist. Being a design champion was the greatest experience that I ever had. I'll do my best this year. See you and have a nice day.
Hello everyone, my name is Fajar Maulana Rahab. My handle at Topcoder is fajar.ln. I am from Medan, Indonesia and I am design co-pilot winner for TCO 2022.
Hello everyone, my name is Handi, known as Handi Putra. I'm from Indonesia. I'm competing in design track. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is iehn representing Indonesia. I'm gonna be competing in the design finals on my 6th TCO in Boston. I'll see you there.
Hi everyone, I'm Arnando. My handle is Nondo_. UI Design Finalist from Indonesia.
Hi, Universal is here. My name is Steven and I come from Indonesia.
Hi, I'm Naoto from Japan. My handle is bowwowforeach. I will be participating in the marathon track. I'll do my best.
名前はこれです。日本からマラソンマッチに参加します。
Hello, I'm Ryo Takahashi from Japan. My handle is pronounced kotatsugame in Japanese, but kotatsugame is also okay. I'm going to participate in the algorithm track. Good luck and have fun.
Hi, I'm Yui Osaka from Japan, also known as lyrically. Good luck.
I'm Eryx, also known as lyrically from Japan. I'm going to participate in the algorithm track. See you at Boston.
Hi everyone. My name is Shuichi Tamayose. I'm from Japan. My Topcoder handle is simanman. I'll be participating in the marathon match track and do my best. Good luck for fun.
Hi, this is Nur Sultan from Mongolia. I'm going to participate in QA, development and first to finish tracks. Good luck and have fun.
Namaste, my name is Deepak Thapa. My Topcoder handle is Drastic GPK. I am from Kathmandu, Nepal. Thank you.
Hola, soy Kazu, soy finalista de diseño, mi nombre es Marco Morales y soy de Lima, Perú.
Hi, my name is Sri Martama, my Topcoder handle is Maxwell54 and I'm from the
I am Eryx Koprzynski from Poland, and I participate in the algorithm track.
Hi, I'm Mateusz Radeski, known as Stonefeang. I'm from Poland, and I'm a finalist of algorithm and marathon tracks.
Hi everyone, I'm Darake, and I come from Romania.
I'm a design copilot entrepreneur. Good luck to everyone competing this year in the finals.
Hello, my name is mugurelionut. I'm from Romania but currently living in Switzerland. My Topcoder handle is mugurelionut, and I'll be participating for the 6th time in the Topcoder Open Marathon Finals.
I am Petre. I am Novja. I am Slovak. I am a random number generator.
Hello, I'm Brother Preyru from Spain. I'm trip winner for the Gig World category.
Hi, I'm Nuan from Sri Lanka. My handle is OJ.
Hi, I'm Dan from Sri Lanka. My TC handle is E06 I'm competing in development category this time.
Hi, I'm Dilhan Gunawardana. My handle is ST Gun. I represent Sri Lanka.
Hello, my name is Piotr Mitrichuk. I'm representing Switzerland, and my handle is Piotr.
Thereupon Sipunpa. I am Thor. I'm from Thailand. UI design track.
Hi, I am Emre İşbili from Turkey.
Hello, I'm Fakitash. Also known as Neon Rank. I will be presenting Turkey first to finish finals.
Hello, my Topcoder handle is Umnik. My real name is Alex Dimiryuk. I represent Ukraine and I'm an algorithm finalist.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Chi from the USA. My handle is BQI343 and I'll be participating in the algorithm competition.
Hi, I'm Andrew He, or ecnerwal, and I'm going to be competing at the algorithms track for the United States.
Hey Topcoder, I'm Neil. I'm from the USA and I'm excited to be competing in algorithm again.
I'm Karthik from United States, also called as UDAR, QA track finalist.
So at the end of the day, what we're really looking for is your insight and your creative thinking and your innovative approaches based on the information that we've shared to help us kind of better understand this operation of relocation trawling, specifically its effectiveness, and whether there are opportunities to improve it that haven't been considered in the past. So what can you do to cause a breakthrough? And obviously a lot of this is laid out in the guidelines on the website, but really what we're looking for are kind of out-of-the-box analytic tools or visualizations based on the data that we've provided. Are there ways to look at this that can really help us make better decisions?
Hi Topcoders, I'm Pratik Pushkar Agrawal and I'm a program manager at Topcoder's philanthropic initiative called Crowd for Good. The program helps develop solutions for the greater good by utilizing the skills of our community members. It kicked off in the year 2016 when the Living Progress Challenge, in association with Hewlett Packard Enterprise, launched a challenge to improve people's lives across the globe. Our current initiatives deals in the field of cancer prevention. Over 250,000 new cancer cases will be estimated in the US as per the National Cancer Institute. In October 2022, Breast Cancer Prediction Data Science Match was launched to explore the risk factors and their combinations to predict the risk of breast cancer. And there are a lot more exciting challenges lined up ahead. Keep top coding, do good, and I'll see you on the leaderboard.
Hi, I'm Jessie from the Topcoder community team, and I am honored and privileged to be a part of this Topcoder community, especially when they are donating their time and their intelligence to come up with solutions for cancer treatment and detection. Doing this program, this Crowd for Good program for cancer solutions, means so much to me and to so many other people in this world who are hoping for a chance to fight cancer, but also to detect it early so they have a fair chance. So thank you to our community members who are spending their time to help us improve those solutions. And thank you to all of those who are supporting this amazing initiative. I can't wait to see the lives that we're able to change because of it.
As a breast cancer survivor, I am grateful there are individuals that are involved with initiatives like Topcoder's Crowd for Good Breast Cancer Prediction Match. Any work that can be done to help find a cure or aid in early detection is a win for everyone.
What's your favorite Topcoder memory of all time? I want to know what it is, but most importantly, I want you to add it to our living timeline wall at Topcoder. This creation was built and designed by our Topcoder community, and I'm so proud of this project. The whole goal of this is to see how Topcoder has reached so many amazing individuals and touched your lives in such positive, amazing ways. So think about your most favorite Topcoder memory. Maybe it was the first time you won a challenge. Maybe it was the first time you got to come to a TCO Finals and meet your friends in person. Maybe your favorite Topcoder memory is getting that awesome Topcoder t-shirt. So whatever it is, don't miss our timeline wall. Add to it. We want to see all your amazing memories so that we can enjoy them together and share. My favorite Topcoder memory? That's a tough one. It's probably a toss-up between my first TCO or getting to see all my favorite people around the world at TCO. Topcoder, we're more than just a community, we're a big family, and I can't wait to see all of your amazing memories. Add them to the timeline wall today. You can be eligible for prizes.
leads up to this game time. Congratulations on a super successful year and good luck in the finals. You are what makes Topcoder special, and we're going to be rooting for you. Go out there and have some fun.
Congratulations to our TCO finalists. You guys have done amazing so far, and you're so close to the finish line. We're really excited for you to participate in the final competitions and see how you place. Good luck.
TCO finalists, congratulations on making it to the TCO finals. I'm so incredibly proud of you, and you should be proud of yourselves. Best of luck in the competition. I know you guys are gonna rock it. I cannot wait to ship our 6 bracket trophies to our new champions. Good luck, guys.
Congratulations, TCO finalists. I can't believe finals are here. You have worked so hard all year long. We are so proud of you. Our members mean everything to us. So I wish you the best of luck in the arena. I can't wait to watch every competition and see who the new TCO champions are.
Hey guys, Luis here. Congratulations. What a journey you have made it this far. You are a Topcoder finalist. What an honor. I know you have probably put a lot of efforts. You haven't slept some nights to make it here. You have earned this with the sweat of your brow. And I'm so proud of you just to be here. And if there's something I can wish you success, of course, but I could give you a little piece of advice, this small. It would be to embrace these moments, enjoy yourself, because this is a unique opportunity for you to be here and prove your talents and meet other people. I know we are online and we will probably meet next year on site, but you can still meet people and hang out, enjoy the experience and compete and give your best. I wish you the very best and rise and shine. Bye-bye.
Congratulations to all TCO22 finalists. You are truly our rock star in the community. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, TCO finalists. You're really cooking now, and you're baking a difference.
Hi everyone, congratulations for making it to TCO finals. I know it was a lot of hard work for many of you. This year we have prepared many exciting things that I look forward to it. I wish everyone good luck in the competitions and have fun.
Hello, I'm Kets. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best for the upcoming competitions, and I hope you do your best and have a favorable result for yourself. So, all the best again.
Hello fellow Topcoders. My name is Vinat Sergeyev, nickname Garinich, and I am welcoming you to Boston for TCO 2022.
Hey guys, congratulations on making it to TCO 2022. We just wanted to stop and say congratulations, and we wish you luck.
Good luck. Have fun.
Hey guys, I'm Dr. Harrison Wells. I would like to congratulate you all for making this far, and I wish you best of luck for the Topcoder Finals.
Hey Topcoder members, welcome to the Topcoder Open 2022. Really hope you enjoy the event and enjoy the experience. You've all worked really hard to get to this point. It's a great accomplishment to achieve. So congratulations to all of you and best of luck in the competitions.
Hi everyone, this is Ray Mitchell, the head of the member product organization at Topcoder. Very excited to see all of the TCO finalists this year and wanted to wish you all the best of luck.
Congratulations, TCO finalists. I'm Angie Allaire. I'm the Chief of Staff at Topcoder. So excited for you. Just wanted to wish you good luck as you go into this final stage. We're all really proud of you, and we're grateful to have you as part of our community. Have fun and good luck.
I'm Ben Wordsmith, and on behalf of everyone here at Topcoder, we're wishing you the best of luck on your way to the finals. Keep pushing. Your ambition will take you far.
Hey TCO finalists, we are in the TCO season and I am so excited and I cannot keep calm to see you all compete in TCO 22 and take that wonderful TCO trophy home. Good luck to you.
It's time for our marathon match show. Our marathon finalists have been competing for 24 hours on a really difficult problem that we can't wait to hear all about. So don't miss all the live action, see the problem they competed in, and hear from some of the finalists themselves. It's time for the marathon match finals. Who's gonna come on top? Our TCO22 marathon champion winning $10,000. Let's go.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris, I'm from Germany, my handle is blackmath. Good luck everyone.
Hi, I'm Naoto from Japan. My handle is bowwowforeach. I will be participating in the marathon track. I'll do my best.
Hello from Germany. My name is Ralf Pulitz, you might know me as eulerscheZahl, and I will compete in the Topcoder Marathon Finals.
名前はこれです。日本からマラソンマッチに参加します。
Hello, my name is mugurelionut. I'm from Romania but currently living in Switzerland. My Topcoder handle is mugurelionut and I'll be participating for the 6th time in the Topcoder Open Marathon Finals.
I am Nicola Jimshadaishvili from Georgia. My handle is nika. I'm marathon finalist.
Hi everyone, my name is Shuichi Tamayose. I'm from Japan. My Topcoder handle is simanman. I'll be participating in the marathon match track and do my best. Good luck for fun.
Hi, I'm Mateusz Radeski, known as Stonefeang. I'm from Poland, and I'm a finalist of algorithm marathon track.
Hi, I'm Bernard Butin. My name is sullyper on Topcoder. I will be competing in the marathon track representing France.
Hi, I'm David from Hungary. My Topcoder username is vdave. I'm competing in the marathon final.
I am Vladimir from Brazil. I'm competing in the marathon track.
So my name is Dmitry Kamieniecki. Otherwise, I'm known as Dimka Dimon on Topcoder. And so I've started back in 2002. So this year it's been 20 years that I've been at Topcoder. And originally I was doing algorithms and then I kind of got stuck in that and I switched over to marathons and I was competing in marathons and really enjoyed it. And then a couple of years ago in 2019, I started writing marathon problems and I became the main writer for marathon problems. And I wrote the final problem for this competition. So over to you, Renat.
Hello, Topcoders. My name is Renat Sergeyev, and my Topcoder nickname is Garinich. I have been working with Topcoder since 2010, and I am behind many marathon matches that happening on Topcoder that are targeting to solve various problems of of space and science. So if you see any match that is related to NASA or academia, I have been probably around it. Jaka, to you.
Hello. So my name is Jakub Kronia, and my handle is also Jakub Kronia. And I've also been involved with Topcoder since 2002, I think. Since the first marathon match, I took part for many years, and then, like Dimitri, I joined the writing and testing team, and I've been testing, I think, almost all the marathon match finals. And yeah, I love to compete now and then again, but yeah, mostly testing and writing. And I'm from South Africa. Yes. Okay.
All right. Cool. Let's talk about marathon competitions and what they are. So basically, a marathon match involves usually a hard optimization problem or like a game where it's very difficult to find the optimal solution. So people have to rely on using various heuristics and various optimization approaches. The solutions that the competitors write, they communicate with the tester using standard input and output. And the problems are divided into various test cases. These test cases are generated randomly from a single seed. So the cases come in 3 different types. There's 10 example cases, 100 provisional cases, and usually we use about 2,000 to 5,000 final test cases, depending on the competition. So when a competitor submits their solution, they only see the output for the 10 example cases and all the scores for those cases. And then they also see a single number, which is the sum of all their scores for the 100 provisional cases. So they don't actually see any individual results. And then when the submission phase finishes, we run the system tests on 2,000 to 5,000 final cases. And that's what decides the final score of each competitor. Now, the scoring that we use is relative. So that means for each case, your score is actually compared to the best score that someone achieved on this test case. And that's usually a number between 0 to 1. So 1 would mean that you have the optimal score on this test case. And then all your scores are summed up to get your final score. And because the scoring is relative, it means that your solution can affect the score of other solutions. So if you have a really good solution, you can actually reduce the score of other people's solutions. And similarly, if they have a good solution, then your score could go down. So usually the competitions run for 7 days. They used to be 2 weeks, but people found that a bit too long for some reason. I actually like competing for longer. But for this particular final, the competition is only for 24 hours. And they're allowed to use 4 different languages, so Java, C++, C#, and Python. And most of the top competitors seem to choose C++, probably because it's fast. Speaking of speed, each test case, you only get 10 seconds to execute your solution. So the solutions have to be reasonably fast. I think that's all I can think of. Do you have anything to add?
Well, Topcoder platform includes multiple competition tracks. the marathon competitions were always some kind of a beacon of a signature of a platform. When you talk to the Topcoder platform like anyone else outside of it, and they say, okay, like what is the coolest project you have done on your platform or you're planning to do? Nearly always, like 99% of the time, it will probably include a marathon match as a way of solving the most hardest problem within like one contest. And the way how and the match that we have seen this weekend is a top of the match of all the matches of this year, where we bring the top competitors of all the marathons of the last year, who collected the highest number of TCO points in order to get to this finals. And we're running the very condensed one-day-long competition to figure out who of them is the best one. So 24 hours, that's not much time to lose as compared to like 2 weeks or 1 week where you can go to sleep, go to eat, go to like do your work and come back. So here we actually expect like people to sit down and 24-hour program for 24 hours straight, probably with the tiniest breaks they can take. It's very, very, very dense competition that is amazing to watch. So I suggest to go and introduce our best competitors.
All right, can we bring up some photos of the competitors? No, okay. Well, I can just read about them. Okay, so our first competitor is Ralph Pullitz, otherwise known as eulerscheZahl. He's from Germany and he lives in Germany. He joined in 2017. He has a rating of 2491, and this is his first TCO final. So good luck to him. He's won one match in the past out of 17 competitions that he's done, and he's finished in the top 5 6 times. He's also a really good competitor at Coding Game. If you're familiar with Coding Game, it's another competition, usually involving games where bots play each other, and he writes contests for Coding Game. Okay, so our next competitor is Naoto Muto, who's known as bowwowforeach. He's from Japan and he lives in Japan. He joined in 2015. He has a rating of 2600, and it's also his first TCO final. He's got 1 marathon win, and he's ranked 5th in the world. He's done 11 competitions and finished 5 times in the top 5. Do you guys want to read some more, or I'll just keep going if that's okay with you?
So the next competitor is Matthias Radeski. His nickname is Stonefeang, and he is from Poland. And he is also the first time the TCO finalist. So we see him from first time, but he qualified for both algorithm and marathon finals. So, and won distributed kotatsugame in 2018. Gold in IOL and ICPC. So he was quite a promise for this game. And the next one is Shuichi Tamayashi, and with the user handle simanman. He is from Japan, and that is his second TCO final, and he already finished
the number 8 in 2021 in the last year, and we are really hoping that this year he's going to be higher. So another player from Japan, like Hironao Sumida, his nickname user handle is Jan. He had been already in. It is already his third TCO final, and he already had won. He won in 2020, and with a special note that he won while he had been standing at the computer for the entire time. Just can you imagine 24 hours just standing behind the computer? You have to have really strong.
Wow, that's incredible. I remember watching that and I couldn't believe that he did it.
Couldn't believe that. So the next exciting member is Benjamin Batin, and his user handle is sullyper. He is from France and lives in US. He it's already the fourth TCO final for him, and he had earned the place number 3 in 2019. And he also writes and tests marathons, and he is a great tennis player.
So our next competitor is mugurelionut Andrejka. He's known as mugurelionut. He's from Romania, but he lives in the beautiful Switzerland, which is very nice. Has a rating of 2105. This is his 6th TCO final, and his best result was 5th in 2018. So he's done 57 competitions. Then we have Nicholas Jimshilishvili, otherwise known as Nika. He's from Georgia with a rating of 2875. So he's actually #1 rated marathon competitor at the moment. And he's done 11, this is his 11th TCO final. And he finished 2nd in 2019. Very impressive. Then we have David Vago, or vdave. He's from Hungary, also lives in Switzerland, like Mugurel. He's rated 1946, and he's done 3 TCO finals, and he finished 11th in 2020. He's done over 100 competitions. So quite an amazing story for David, because he started marathon matches 15 years ago, and it took him 15 years to qualify for his first TCO. So that just shows, if you never give up and keep trying, you will reach your goals. And now we have Christoph Schwerzer, known as Blackmath. He's from Germany, but lives in USA. Rating 2570. This is his 5th TCO final, and he finished 6th in 2013. He's done 62 competitions and finished 15 times in the top 5. He really enjoys cycling. Okay.
And
to you.
And the next, and our next finalist is probably, we don't even need to introduce. So his name is Primislav Dibiak, but probably everyone knows him by his Topcoder handle Psyho. And he is from Poland, and he had been in 14 TCO finals, and he won them 6 times. So he is now a long-standing champion there, and on many posters say, okay, like look at the typical Topcoder, like solving marathon, someone like super smart. Often you can see his face right there. So definitely someone you cannot underestimate for this final. And the final finalist is a long-standing competitor, Vladimir Wleite, with the handle wleite, the most experienced marathon solver on our platform. He had been participating in 227 marathon competitions. I don't know if he ever even skipped one. So it's really lots. He had been making to the finals 14 times. He never won them, but he had, you can't say he wasn't trying. He had been taking the third place 5 times. So all the good wishes here.
That's right. And he also writes some marathon matches. And yeah, he's a very active member of the community. And speaking of Psycho, just a personal story, he was actually the one who convinced me to join marathon matches. So after chatting to him in TCO, I think it was 2011, it was after that I started doing marathon matches, and now we're here. So yeah, quite interesting story. Okay, so now what we can do is talk about the format of the competition. So as we mentioned, this is a 24-hour event. It's completely online. And the way it works is we get to watch our competitors. So we see them through the webcam, and we also see their screens. So they have to do a screencast. And obviously we trust them that they won't get any external help from anywhere. But you know, these guys are the best in the world. So I don't think anyone could really help them that much, you know? So yeah.
If anyone can help them, we want them to compete in this final.
That's right. Yeah, they would be competing as well. Okay, so they're using their local machine to do the work, and they can also get access to an Amazon AWS instance if they want to. And yeah, so competition goes for 24 hours. So they need to plan ahead and save their energy. So they have to find a good routine when to start and when to have breaks and when to sleep, if they can fall asleep, you know, because when you're constantly coding and thinking about the problem, it's actually quite hard to fall asleep. You have any experience with that, Renat?
I had an experience watching them. I remember that when right now we are running those Topcoder Finals for just 24 hours. I remember we actually had had experiences with longer time frames of the Topcoder Finals, with like 48 hours. I think it was up to 72, if I'm not mistaken. And there, where you could actually like see people on stage for the few days, like programming non-stop with probably like very short breaks for naps. That's it's really impressive how they can do it. Even watching them, like you can watch them for a few hours and you want to have a break. Like even if you look at their code like for like more than an hour, you want to have a break, and they have it for multiple hours straight.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how they do it. I mean, just watching them last year, I was so tired, I fell asleep. But you know, I can't even imagine coding for that long. Okay, so I think now it's time to talk about the actual problem. So I can share my screen and talk about that. So this is the problem for this year's final. It's basically a game similar to Tetris. So you're given an n by n grid, and this grid is partially filled with fruits. They can be up to different types of fruits. So you've got your apples, your oranges, strawberries, grapes, and the pears. And you're also given T tiles. So each tile is also partially filled with fruit. The tiles are 3 by 3, and each tile is filled with the same type of fruit. So on each turn, what you can do is you can select a tile, and you can either drop it, which means you just get rid of the tile, and then you get a new tile added to your hand, or you can actually place it somewhere on the grid. So you can place it in empty cells, provided that the fruits don't overlap with each other, okay? So we also have the concept of lines. So a line is a row or a column that is completely filled with fruits. So you can have different types of fruits, and or the same fruit. And what happens is when you place a tile and that tile completes one or more lines, those lines, the fruits in those lines, they get removed and you get points. So in particular, for each removed line, you get k times m squared points. So here, k is the number of lines that you removed in that turn, and m is the maximum number of fruit of the same type in that particular line. So that's pretty much it. So you play this game for 1,000 turns, you score points, and then your final score is the number of points you collected at the end, and you want to maximize the number of points. So we have a little video here, a little animation of how it works, and you can see as you place tiles and when they form a line, those lines get removed. You get a new tile, which you can place again. And obviously, if you run out of space, if you can't place a tile anywhere, then you have to drop it. So some of the goals in this problem, so obviously you want to maximize the number of lines that you removed. So that's quite obvious. But you also want to remove multiple lines in one turn, because that's the k parameter. If you remove multiple lines, your k increases and you get much more points. So perhaps one way to do it is to sort of have, don't complete the lines, leave a bit of a gap open and have them sort of nearby to each other, and then complete them with one tile, and then you get a lot of points that way. Of course, the other objective that you want to focus on is actually remove lines that contain the same fruit, or as much of the same fruit as possible. So one way to do it is sort of to group fruits next to each other. So have all the fruit of the same type on the same line. And also that way you'll get a lot more points. And that actually grows quadratically because we have m squared in the scoring term. So we can talk about the parameters. So, and the size of the grid is between 6 and 20. The number of tiles T is chosen between 1 and 5. So sometimes you only have one tile. So you always have to use that one tile. You always have to drop it or place it. The number of fruits is between 1 and 5. The fill ratio of the grid, so this is the starting fill ratio of the grid, is between 0 and 0.3. So 0.3 would mean that, 30% of the cells are filled with the fruit. And there's also fill ratio for each tile, and that's between 0.2 and 0.5. So the grid is filled randomly, each cell with probability F, and we make sure that no 3x3 subgrid, that there's at least one empty 3x3 subgrid, and that there are no lines already formed in the beginning. And then each tile contains a single type of fruit, which is chosen uniformly at random, and we fill those fruits with the probability P. And then everything else is kind of standard. So you have 10 seconds per test case, you have 10 example cases, and here is a bit different because normally we have 100 submissions, provisional test cases. Here we have 50 provisional cases because we wanted to speed things up because, it's a final. We want people to be able to test quickly. And the final number of cases is 5,000. So we really want to find the true winner and do lots of testing. So that's about it. Jacko, would you like to discuss some of the approaches that you could use for this problem?
Yes. So it's just in the hands of the competitor's problem. So normally the first really so just take one of the tiles and try to place it somewhere and then measure how well that state of the board is to you. So what we call a heuristic function. So the initial approach would normally be to try and find a basic heuristic function, which will probably in this case be just how close are you to filling your horizontal or vertical line. So you would just simply take tile 1, try every possible position where you can place it, and find the best position based on your heuristic function that you have. Take the second tile, do the same. Continue the process until you've gone through all T tiles and output your move. So that would be, I think, the basic starting point where most competitors will start. From there, you can go and tune your heuristic function, try different things, try to maximize the amount of same fruits in a line, which will probably increase your score. And then from there, go to trying to get multiple lines in one shot. So that's part of the initial stages where you try to tune your heuristic function. After that, with this problem, there's a bit extra things you can do. So you get multiple tiles for some of the cases. And one would think that you can plan ahead, put one tile, and you've got the other tiles. So if you combine multiple of these tiles, you can sort of plan to get a line. And yeah, more advanced is planning further ahead, trying to get that super 6 lines, which is the maximum number of lines you can get in one move, which will maximize your score. So that's the basics how I see to approach the problem as the time goes by. As we know, these top competitors will analyze every test case, test locally on 1,000+ cases, and change one line of code, test it again against 1,000 test cases, change another line, test again, and repeat the process.
So how important is this testing? What does that give them?
Well, yeah, it's pretty important, because you can, if you, let's say you use just the example test cases, which is 10 seeds, and you do an update, you test against them, it looks better if you just like look at 5 system tests. There's a lot of variance there. So especially with this problem, the special cases where, let's say, t equals 1, there might be way different approaches to follow than average t. Same with the number of fruit. So each set of parameters might have a different way to solve them, and you might be tuning one parameter in your code, but then it messed up on certain cases while it improves on other cases.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, when we think about the problems that are suitable for the marathon, especially for such a very specific time frame marathon for the top coders, and that would make that problem very competitive. So there are several requirements that to the problem that should be satisfied. So one of them, of course, that the problem has to be very clear and very simple to formulate and imagine. So what are we actually doing? And in that case, like, thanks all the regards to Dmitry for coming in with basically a problem of the Tetris on steroids, that everyone knows how the Tetris works, and it's pretty clear, pretty easy to imagine what do you have to do and how the better score should look as compared to the worst score. Just like get more rows, get more fruit in one row. So that's very, very straightforward and simple. The other requirement is, of course, that it has to be like very easy to be scored, and it has to look good. It has to look really pretty and attractive, and that is, I also want to like send the best regards to Dara K, who helped us with the design of the visualizer to that problem. That is also like looks just simple, not just beautiful, but delicious. You're looking at those fruit and various strategies of fruit, and it's just really really pleasurable to watch. But then the main requirement probably for these problems is, especially given the competitive nature of this specific this specific marathon, we have the top of the coders from the entire world who wants to show, like, we want to see like how they beat each other, how they compete, how they actually like struggling with the problem. So the problem has to, with all the simplicity of formulation, the problem has to allow for multiple potential solving strategies, and well, where in advance we don't know which of them is actually better. So Jacques just started talking about like, hey, what would be the first approaches? Like, hey, like you can do the greedy algorithm, or you can try to create the areas on a board with the prevalence of like one fruit or another, like, or you can try to focus on the lines of the same fruit, or you're trying to focus on the multiple intersecting lines that that you cover and trigger together, collecting like more points at the same time. From the beginning, it's not obvious like which of that strategy is easier, and each of them allow a lot of smaller variations of those strategies. Like you have, for example, you can have 1 tile at hand, but you can also have 5 tiles in hand, and you can do various combinations with the 5 tiles versus just like doing one tile at a time. So you can pre-calculate. You can pre-calculate the probabilities of what tile is going to be next, or like how easy it's going to be to improve your position, like given all the possible realization of the future tiles. Again, we don't know like what is the best there, but also what we have is the whole range of the parameters of the problem. It can be a very small board with, for example, it could be a board of 6 by 6, where that can be covered but just by 4 full tiles, and you can have 5 tiles in hand that would allow you to pre-compute the entire strategy just for these 5 tiles for like entire board. Or you can have like the board 20 by 20, where you could try to do more separation of the colors across the board and do a sort of like a longish type of strategy. So there could be some tactics on the small boards versus like a long-term strategy on the large boards. But the biggest part of this competition, probably the hardest one for competitors, as I was saying, is that you don't know whether you have reached the optimal strategy on this type of board or not. So there is a lot of corner cases, and each of them require a little bit different strategy. But you don't know like where exactly you are potentially missing. So you have to be looking at those corner cases and thinking, okay, like, am I close to the top score on that or not? And there is probably no way to get that answer from somewhere outside. There are no hints. You have to guess it, you have to feel it, you have to do some crazy testing strategies to figure out how close you are, maybe some very like creative internal metrics. You don't know what the corner cases are from the beginning, so you need to think how to split that problem like into corner cases and think where you have to apply those little bit different strategies. And we are lucky enough to be able to see how the competitors are actually trying to solve those corner cases. We can track the various strategies over this 24-hour period. We can watch the screen, we can watch what they're doing in the code, and we can see what they're doing on the leaderboard, and we can also see how they are doing on the various critical cases of their game. And that's what makes us as observants, not our position, very exciting. While the members are stressing, we actually enjoy. So Dmitry, should we get to the leaderboard?
What we can talk about is, what does the leaderboard represent? What do the numbers mean? And also I have a question that why some people make a lot of submissions and others just make a couple of submissions. What could be the reasons for that?
When we're talking about the submitting, there is various strategies around that. That 24 hours is a pretty short time frame for the competition, but still as compared to like longer marathons. But given that everyone is coding at the same time and no one is taking really like large breaks, so there is still some strategy of like when you submit and when you put more effort versus like when you can slow yourself down and like take a little bit of a rest. So the first important part of like watching everyone working on their submissions is like, how do they manage their effort? So for many members, it's actually very important to not to stay for 24 hours. Can you actually code for 24 hours? Like, are you healthy and strong enough? Like, what are gonna to
I can't do that.
We actually did have 3 members who stayed basically near computer for entire 24 hours, and basically working with non-stop with taking only the tiniest breaks. The second strategy is that what do you eat, and whether you take cat naps. Like, often you cannot afford to have a really long nap, so you try to train yourself. Hey, can you do the 15 minutes or 20 minutes, just to switch your brain, go through one cycle, get a little bit refreshed, and and go forward. Again, what do you eat? You probably I can imagine if you're programming for 24 hours, you're probably running out of sugar. So what we have seen various members constantly having some small snacks right in front of the computer, because probably your brain burns a lot of it. And then
I saw Psycho having an apple. So maybe the problem inspired him.
It's inspiring. You can see it even looked like Apple even looked like, I think, as the one that he was trying to solve. I have seen pizzas, I have seen burritos. There is probably but it's highly competitive stage, so I could imagine members actually thinking more of what they eat and when they eat, and it's good that they have helpers too. I have seen competitors actually getting distracted on things. So there are, of course, 24 hours. There is always a member of family. We have seen kids coming into the room, wives coming into the room. I have seen at least one member watching a basketball game, on the background, in the corner. There was TV in the corner.
That was sullyper?
There was a sullyper, yes. There was some game probably in California. We could probably track it down what game it was. And at the end, he is, and there is a corner there. There is a left bottom corner there where sometimes you can see the TV. And at the end, there is also a submission strategy. You want to compare your results against the results of the others. That's what the information you get from actually submitting on the leaderboard. Technically, you don't have to submit all the way other than once. You can just submit only once at the end and have been testing your solution on your laptop. But if you don't submit ever, you don't know where you are compared to the other members. So you don't know if you are leading or if you're falling behind. And if you're falling behind by a lot, you're probably missing something by a lot. So you probably need to think by a huge, large change in your development strategy. So if you're submitting overly often, though, you're giving out information where you are, and someone who just coding in the background and knowing how well they have improved over their previous submission may actually know that, okay, probably we can beat you, but we're going to not show you all the way up to the end, so we don't give you a hint that your solution is could be improved by a lot, and that's why you're not gonna have time to jump over us. So it's a real race. So you use all kind of strategies, including some level of legal deception, in order to win to the end, and that's why the last hours of competitions are usually getting very stressful and very, very, very heated, even given that many competitors may be already tired and saying, okay, we're not submitting anymore. But if you're, for example, leading someone on the board, you still will be looking, okay, who is that person who may still submit and like win and jump over me, because like there could be still a few hours to work on the code and find the improvements. To show how it looks, so we of course, like the final results of this competition is still going to be under analysis. There is a lot of tests to run to make sure like which solution at the end is actually the top one. But we can look at the provisional leaderboard. This was the leaderboard that the contestants had been were able to see during the competition, and that is exactly how they figure out that where they probably stand above the other competitors. So like, are they like leading, are they behind, and how much? So this provisional leaderboard is just generated on 50 test cases, but it still gives a good coverage of variety of test cases, including the corner cases, and it gives a pretty good feedback on where they are. So by the end of competition, they had been seeing the leaderboard that had been there, like shown. Can we show it? Oh yes, here it is, like on the left. I can share it also probably in. Okay, so for the long type of as you can see, the various competitors had very different stories of the submission. So like some competitors just submitted just a few times, could be like 6 times. Versus some others submitted like 26 or 28 times. So it's a very different frequency of the submissions, depends on like how much do you want to check whether where you are on the leaderboard. So you're getting information, but you're also sharing information on where you are. And given that the scores are relatives, like they are normalized per each test case, so your previous score quickly become irrelevant while the new strong submissions coming in. So it actually pushes you to submit more often and test your solution more often. What can you see here? So one, you can see whether you're leading overall. So obviously, like having like a 83, for example, like points, like means on average on a test you're getting like 83% out of maximum is better than say like 78. But the other what you can see is how far are you from the 100%? Because if you are not close to the 100%, means there are some test cases, probably some corner cases, because like you probably covered somewhere like the middle pretty well. That's what sort of like that averages out, but probably some corner cases where there are some other solutions that are beating you and probably beating you by a lot. Like if you're talking about say like 83, so there's probably a noticeable part of submission where your solution is actually corner cases where your solution is probably still acting poorly. And then it comes down to intuition. You don't know which of those corner cases do you have to attack. So you have to, it is some intuition and it is some way of systematic approach to the problem to figure out like, what can you improve? You definitely can see that you can improve. And and even if we're talking about the leaders here on the leaderboard, we can definitely say how much they can improve. They can improve by a lot. If you're talking about someone like in the middle of the leaderboard or the bottom of the leaderboard, like, hey, if your score is like 67, most probably you can improve on most of the corner cases and maybe even like on the middle cases as well. So there's probably some kind of strategy element that you're entirely missing, and you need to probably get to the drawing board and figure out, hey, is there some kind of element of the strategy that you can add to your solution? what you see here is actually a leaderboard that was on the screen the last before the competition was over. So that gives us a hint, okay, like who may potentially even win the prize. These results are not final. The scores may still shuffle when we run the code over the entire entire base of the test cases. But we already see that there is blackmath who took over a significant lead over Psycho. And the 4-point lead is actually like pretty noticeable lead. So there is so let's see. So right now there is more like a question that not like if those scores going to switch, but probably how stable his solution is. So if his solution is stable and does not return -1s on like multiple tests on the system on the final test, so we may have already like some sense of like the final placements. So the next one is Psycho. So he had been leading for entire competition. As soon as he was over of his sleep break, and he planned his match pretty carefully this time. He slept for the first 4 hours of the competition, and then he also like organized his sleep to have a short nap. But even with the first just couple submissions, he just jumped in the lead, and he had been leading for entire day, like up to the last 2 hours, where the blacksmith came and jumped over him and completely got a really sizable advantage over him.
I want to mention a very interesting story about Psycho. So I was watching him for the first 2 hours, and when he started, first he slept for 4 hours, and then when he started coding, he actually had major problems in this competition because his Zoom was slowing his computer down. So he had to log off the app and start it in a web-based mode. But then his web camera wasn't showing up. So it actually took us a long time to fix this issue. And I think he actually lost like 1.5 hours of the competition where he couldn't really, he wasn't allowed to code while the webcam is not working. So yeah, I think despite him losing so much time, he still managed to do really well.
We also need to take into account that he comes from a huge experience of coding on this type of problems. So probably he was feeling himself really well on trying to solve this one. And that's why even his first solution was already, submission was already pretty good, beating many others and keeping the lead for quite a long time. So, but as I was saying, even though that the blacksmith solution and Psycho solution are leading on that leaderboard, it doesn't necessarily mean that their solutions are the best in everything. They cannot do that, but we have that advantage that we can look not only on the total result on the leaderboard, but also on the results of the various test cases. Since we know more or less where the potential corner cases lie, so we can see, hey, like we can get a peek into, hey, like where each of the solutions was good and where each of the solution was still could be improved. So there are five major parameters that are describing the problem, that the board can be large or small. The number of tiles in hand could be like very small, like 1 where you cannot strategize, or it could be large, it could be 5 where you can strategize. obvious thing, the number of fruit can be very different. So you can work only with one fruit or like with 5 fruit. And with 5 fruit, you will have to really decide whether you want to mix them in together, just going for more lines versus like trying to work hard to create like cleaner lines. And then the parameters of the board are a little bit different. So the starting place on the board, so like the board can be more filled with the fruit versus like less filled with the fruit. And when it is more filled with the fruit, that also means more potential dirt, like more potential intermixed fruit, where you cannot, where you already have to start with a little bit dirty situation, and you have to probably adjust your strategy towards maybe a more greedy ones, where you first clean the board if you want to create go for cleaner lines later, and then the sizes of then the fullness of the tiles themselves. So the less tile to pull the tiles, the easier it is to place them on a board. So if there is only like 1 or 2 fruit like on each tile, you can probably easier create like cleaner lines and achieve probably, and more like it, the overall score will be actually low because you'll be filling the board slower, but your score will be more based towards the cleaner lines, and that should be a different strategy. And from the beginning, it wasn't obvious like which of those like 5 parameters would actually impact the strategy the most. So one of the ways to figure out is actually to compare like which of those corner cases, when you go like, for example, small boards versus large boards, or like on the looking at the edges of those parameter distributions, on which of those corner cases there is a highest diversity of the scores between the competitors. That means that there are some ideas that one competitor's like got versus the other didn't, and or for example, where the leading solution is not performing well versus like someone else figure out something around that corner case. So we had some expectations. For example, I was absolutely sure that the number of fruit is important, and apparently it's not. So apparently, if one solution is beating another, for example, like on the boards with just 1 fruit type, you must probably be beating the like the other solution on the board with 5 fruit types, which was pretty surprising to me. It means that the dirty versus clean type of strategy, they are not very different. What actually suggests that the strategy that was good was somewhat a greedy one. That where you're filling those, where you're filling the areas without like paying much attention what fruit are you using, which that's what it suggests, but it is somewhat surprising. Like I was thinking that there should be a big difference between those. There is a little bit difference on how filled the board is, which is where, for example, blacksmith is strategy works better or a little bit better on the board that is more clean, that is more empty to start, whereas like Psycho's algorithm works better on the board where there is more fruit already present. What is somewhat counterintuitive to overall like greedy approaches. Then the quite significant impact is actually like how full the tile itself is. So that's where the results are significantly different. So when the tiles are nearly empty, then blacksmith solution is beating Psycho by 15 points. But when the tiles are pretty dense, then it's other way around, that the Psycho solution is beating blacksmith by also 15 points, which is a lot, like which is way more than that 4-point difference than we see on the leaderboard. So if the competition was only on the dense tiles, only on the test cases with the dense tiles, it would be Psycho who would be winning the competition. But because we have like the cases where the tiles are pretty empty, what probably suggests that there is a way how you may like more efficiently place them and make the algorithm a little bit less greedy. That's apparently those cases are better processed by the blackmath. Then there is a surprisingly surprisingly high difference between the corner cases where that depends on the number of the tiles you have in hand. So the Psycho solution is working much better when you have only one tile in hand versus it beats the blackmath by 20 points.
Wow, that's a big difference.
That's a huge difference. So like if the competition was allowing only one tile in hand, the blackmath would not be like even close to the top.
So that tells me that blackmath in those cases, he might not be doing enough look ahead.
He was, because even like at the two,
that one tile,
he just places one tile and doesn't think much, because like even at the two tile cases, he's already at the lead. So like, and so he is so the blackmath solution is actually working the best like at the number of tiles 2 and 3, versus the Psycho solution beats him entirely on the tile on the one tile case, and beats him a little bit on the 5 tile cases with a 2-point difference. What is also interesting that that on the one tile case, neither blackmath nor Psycho are the leaders. So the wleite solution like beat Psycho's by 3 points, and Stone solution beats and Stone and Eryx solutions are actually like beating Psycho by 4 points. So if it would be just one tile competition, it would be Eryx who would win, like with a very tight result with Stone, and like wleite would be the third, and then the Psycho would be only the fourth. So that's talking about the cases where the winners missed, and like something that could be improved. But like in the case of blackmath, that is definitely the case. He just simply missed just the tile number 1. That is where he could have improved it by 20 points and like went way higher on the top. And then it is expectable that there should be a difference between the results on the large boards and the small boards. So, but what was surprising is actually how large this difference is. So the Psycho solution is beating blackmath solution on the small boards. So the small boards entirely, like the Psycho solution dominates the blackmath. At the board like of the size of the 6, the difference is 29 points, which is huge. So that is 7 times the difference of their final scores. So the Psycho is completely like beating on the small boards, but Psycho is not even winning on the small boards, because, for example, Stone solution is beating blackmath by 32 points, which just shows how much the solution can be improved. But then we go to the larger and larger and larger boards, and already starting with the board of the size 14, the blackmath solution starts dominating. And like by the size of the board 19, the blackmath solution is dominating by 17 points. So what also shows that good question is that, hey, like a lot of the final ranking will probably depend on like how well the system case test distribution represents the provisional test, or rather vice versa, because the provisional test is based on just a small number of test cases. There's just only 50 of them, and there is a lot of corner cases where one solution is like strongly beating another one. Then we could say that, hey, the winner hasn't even maybe decided yet, because because a little bit different like statistical distribution in that like final test may actually like rearrange the ranking.
That's right. Everything can change, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens after the final tests. I want to have a quick question to Jacko. What do you think, what sort of coding frameworks people are using? What languages? How do they set up their infrastructure? Do you have any ideas about that?
So for coding the solution, it looks like most people is using C++ because of the speed. But for local testing, I've seen a lot of guys using Python, just scripts that gather information over multiple test cases and present that in a decent way. We've seen some nice user interfaces written in Java from wleite. And the AWS server is also useful. I've seen them copying the solutions over, running local tests on there. But there's a lot of scripting involved.
Also, given the amount of the corner cases and the various type of strategies that could be applied to the problem, the local testing often includes not just like testing it on specific like test case, but also systematizing various type of results and various type of strategies, various type of solutions, like around those various groups of those test cases. That's what I had been observing during the contest of various competitors having like arranging those results in some kind of like table, huge tables, like built around various type of corner cases as they believe they are, and comparing various type of algorithms. I saw that like at some point, like on Psycho screen, he was like testing like 20 different like variations of the algorithm altogether, trying to see how they perform on all the various corner cases. So he could know, like, if he start combining them like one way or another, so he would not miss some misbehavior of like one of the test cases. So he would like take the best out of the example final solution. Yeah, that's exactly example of the testing. You could see the solutions on the left, and those are like on the y-axis, where like you can even judge by their names. So there is a various type of like greedy algorithms with like various other type of like strategies that he tried to use and try. What actually says that it's not just like you write one solution, you like try a lot of various ideas, and a lot of those codes basically he's running and testing simultaneously, like on multiple like test cases. And on the top, you can say actually like he's split for the so on the top it's he's mostly looking right now like for the size of the board. But I think he had also splits like over the other parameters as well.
All right. Very interesting. And here's Psycho eating an apple. Caught right in the moment. All right. I think that wraps up our show, and want to thank everyone. Thank you, Renat, and thank you, Jaco, for commentating. And we wish our competitors all the best, and may the best person win. Good luck. Thank you for watching.
Hello guys, I'm Ketan Singh, also known as KetsJS09 at Topcoder. I'm the community manager for data science at Topcoder, and I'm also a data science co-pilot, and I also at times manage projects. And like previously, I was a competitor, and occasionally I compete nowadays as well. Like every now and then I compete in ideation challenges, and like I'm looking forward to probably competing in data science challenges as well in the time to come. But primarily right now I'm a community manager and a co-pilot. Okay, so today what I'm going to do is introduce to you the data science offerings that we have at Topcoder. And before I get started with that, I'll just give you an overview of what Topcoder is all about, so that you have a good overall high-level picture of how things work here. So basically what happens is at Topcoder, it's a community-driven website. It's a community-driven platform. And how it works is that Topcoder has a sales team which goes out and brings in like client projects for us, for Topcoder. And then the community is used, and community gets a chance to work on those problems and solve those problems for the client. And in the process, of course, the competitors or the participants get a chance to learn. And then they also get a chance to like win some prize money, etc. Okay. But in addition to that, Topcoder is also known for its like pure competitive programming, where the job is not to like solve a problem for an external client, but it's like a pure competition. Okay. So I'll quickly give you an overview of the three kinds of offerings we have. By the way, this is like a high level introduction to all kinds of offerings, not just the data science offerings. Okay. So basically there are three types of like activities that you as a contestant you can take a part in. Okay. So the first one is you can take a part in this in Topcoder Arena, which is basically our platform for competitive programming. This is like pure competitive programming. Okay. So here you don't actually solve a problem for a client, or it's not a, what do you call that? It's not like a software development competition per se, or a design contest. Here it's like a different thing altogether. You compete with algorithms, data structures, etc. And the goal is to build the best possible, most efficient code possible. Okay. So if you want to access that, you need to come to arena.topcoder.com. Okay, and then you need to log in, etc. If you have not logged in till yet, I mean, if you're not signed up, you need to sign up, and then you'll be able to access this. And every now and then you'll see the competitions that are coming up. For example, this one, a single round match. This is coming up. You can enter here. Okay, so this is one category. Okay, so the other category is you can actually directly work for an external company. Okay, and these are like pretty well paid gigs where for a short period of time, typically it can be as short as like 4 weeks, and it can be like 6 months or 12 months. And there's also a chance that they can keep extending your gig. Okay. So here what you do is you don't compete or do anything. You just apply like a regular job. And if you're selected, you get connected to that external company, and then you work for it, for that company. And at times there are also gigs for Topcoder itself. Topcoder occasionally hires people through this platform. Okay. So yeah. So for that, what you need to do is you need to come here. It is topcoder.com/gigs. And like once you come here, what you need to do is you basically need to come and search For example, if you want to search like Python, you can see all the Python related challenges. I'm sorry, the gigs over here. And like, for instance, if you are looking for something data related, you come and search data and you can see everything that has data in it. And let's say if you're interested in the first one, any location, so you click on that and then you come here. It is a data engineer gig. It is any location. This is the compensation per week. So this is like around $1,000 per week. And the duration is like this for 3 months. And this is the working hours that is required, typical, 40 hours per week. But the timing, the working hours is EST. Although it is like you can apply from anywhere, you need to work during these hours. So this is American East Coast timings. So you need to be ready to work. For instance, let's say you are living in Asia, so you'll have to work after sunset here. So if you're up for it and if you think you have these skills, you can apply. And you need to actually make sure that you mention these skills pretty clearly in your resume. Because if there are a lot of applicants, sometimes we use automated methods to filter out resumes. So there should be a keyword match. And even if a human being reads it, they need to be able to actually see that you have those skills and that you are seriously applying for this one. Okay, for any gig. So you got that. The website is topcoder.com/gigs. Okay, so gig is basically just a short job. That is the meaning of a gig, like a small job that is not a full-time job. So that is basically a gig. Okay, so I told you about competitive programming, which you access using Arena. And then I told you about the gigs. Now coming on to our competitions. So this is a very big part of Topcoder. So what happens here is, first of all, if you need to access it, the link is topcoder.com/challenges. And then you come here and over here, you'll see all the challenges that are going on right now. Okay. If you want to see all the challenges, you can even click here. This will also show all the challenges that are out of whose registration phases have closed. So you can see those as well. But let's say if you want to, but over here, you can see all the challenges. This is for design. This is for development. This is for data science. Everything is here. And you can basically go through this and see if anything looks like interesting to you. And so basically there are going to be in this, there are 4 categories. So the first is design, then there is development, then there is data science, then there is QA. So let's say if you just want to see the design challenges. So what you will do is you'll turn all of these off, and you can also turn off this task. So as you can see, these are the design challenges that are going on right now. And if you want to open it, you can just click here and open it. Now, similarly, if you want to see the development challenges, you can disable all the others and just enable development. So these are the development challenges. As you can see, this is Java, React.js, etc., Python. Okay. And by the way, first to finish is a different format, and challenge, like a normal challenge, is a different format. In a simple challenge, what happens is till the submission phase is open, you can easily submit as many times as you want. You can submit right before the deadline, but that is okay. Okay. But in first to finish, what happens is you need to submit as soon as possible, and the review will be done in the order of submission. So let's say if a challenge is launched and let's say person A submitted, then immediately after that person B submitted, then person A again submitted, then person A again submitted. So let's say person A's first submission was not correct, person B's submission was not correct, and then the third one was person A's submission, second submission. So let's say that was correct. So that will win the prize immediately, and the challenge will close. That will close. It's not that it will keep going until the submission phase is open. So this is an important difference that you need to be careful about. That in normal challenges, irrespective of how many submissions we have, we keep it open till the end, and then we review everything. Your final submissions are reviewed. Okay, but in first to finish, at times if the reviewer is available, they'll immediately start reviewing your submissions. If they are not immediately available, they'll review it in the order of the submissions that they have received. Okay, so that is a big distinction. Okay, so this is basically the development part. And to reiterate, this is topcoder.com/challenges, and over here you can do these things. Filtering out, etc. So let's come to data science for now. Okay, so like right now we have these data science challenges going on. Okay, so you can see these are the data science challenges. At times you'll also see a marathon match challenge like this. So this is exactly not a data science match per se, but this is somewhat related to it, but it's like a different category. Okay, so if this doesn't have a data science stack, that means that it might not be a data science challenge, even though it's under a data science category. But if you want to have like a proper pure data science challenge, look for this tag, data science tag. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Right now we have this challenge. You might be seeing this a different list if you open now, because this challenge, this recording was done. This was done a few days earlier, so you might be seeing a different list right now. So this is like a challenge. What you need to do is you need to actually come here and then go through this, and you need to actually like read this very carefully. And once you do that, you actually open this. This is the challenge discussion link. It might be possible that it's not visible to you. For that, you need to register. Only after registering, you can see the challenge discussions. Okay, and then you go here. Then you can go through the discussions, the data sets, etc. are provided here. Okay, so this is basically the process. It's nothing too complicated. You just come, you read. If you have any questions, you go to challenge discussions. And even if you don't have any questions, you must come here and read it, because many times many updates are shared over here. Okay, so to ensure that you are watching these, what you need to do is, I think once you register for the challenge, and even you will automatically start getting notifications. Okay, whenever there is a new discussion in the forum. But let's say if you have joined now, then you won't get all the emails of like the previously posted forum posts. So you need to come and read this carefully. And if you can't remember it, I would suggest that you take notes of all the requirements that have been shared. Okay, be very careful about this, because what happens is people don't read it properly and they submit something else. So if you are going to work hard, make sure that you are properly understanding the requirement very well. Okay. Okay. Similarly, there are other contests that are going on right now. Let us say this one, and there is also a skill builder challenge. I'll talk about this. By the way, like if you see prizes in these are if you see like $1, this is then this is not a client challenge. This is basically, for example, this Crowd for Good is basically our philanthropic series, where the goal is only to work for the good of like humanity and the area of cancer. So that is why there is not a lot of prizes. But you'll get other kinds of prizes, like maybe you can win some like points for qualifying for TCO, etc. Okay. But look at this one. This is like a client challenge, or this is a paid challenge. Okay. So you can see the prizes are pretty big. This is the first prize, second prize, third prize. So if you manage to win this, you'll get this kind of like a prize. The first is like $30,000. It's a big deal. So what you need to do is nothing too special. Just register, read it very properly, and make sure that you understand everything pretty well. Then go to the challenge discussion, and then read about it. Read about everything very carefully. Each and everything what's being discussed here. Read every link. Don't take chances that you might assume that okay, it might be nothing useful. But go through everything and read it properly. Okay. Even for individual threads, I would suggest that you read each and every post here, so that you understand. And like I said, if you need to take notes, take notes. Okay. And once you do that, you come here and you submit. You come here and there's a submit button, and you come here and you drag and drop your submission here. I'll actually tell you about the format of data science challenges. There are two formats basically. I'll tell you about it. Okay. So like basically there are two types of data science challenges. So the first one is called like it's like a normal challenge, data science challenge. Okay. And the other type is a data science match. Okay. So what happens in a data science match is that the keyword is a match. Okay. Whenever you see a match, understand that this is something different. In match, what happens in matches? What happens is that when you submit, there's there is an automatic scoring process which will immediately score your submissions. Okay, it will score your submission and it will immediately give you a score. Not to you. I mean, the score will be shown over here. Let me show. Like if you come here in submissions tag, yeah. So you can see over here, you can see that 101, 101, 100. You can see these are the scores that people are scoring, and you can, like, if you submit in like 4 or 5 minutes, you will be, maybe if everything works out properly, you'll be able to see your score over here. Okay, so this is how it works. But in other kinds of challenges, if it doesn't have this data science match tag, if it doesn't have this, in that case, it won't have it. Okay, it won't have an immediate score. For example, let's see. So here you won't see any scores. It will be an NA. It will be empty. So why is that? Because what happens is in data science match, we actually have like a separate setup where we actually deploy a scorer, which continuously keeps scanning for new submissions, and the submission format also has to be of a very particular and a very specific kind in data science matches. Okay, in data science matches, the format is very specific. It requires you to have a solution folder. It requires you to have a code folder, and all your code goes in the code folder. The CSV file goes in the CSV folder. I've actually made a video about this on how to understand. So most probably I'll be posting this video in future, all the future challenges. But let's say you are competing and you want to see this video, just let me know. I'll be available on Discord, or just ask the co-pilot to share this video. Okay, and we are actually trying to make sure that in the future this video actually gets posted alongside the challenge, but it's not going to happen right now. So if you want to understand how the format works, I've described this in this video. Okay, and so yeah. So if you want it, just ask for it in the forum, or just contact me directly on Discord. So Topcoder has a Discord server, so make sure you are on it. Okay, and I'll be available over there. Make sure you click on the data science section, and I'll be available there. You can ask your questions over there. Okay. So yeah. So you got the point. There are two types. There's a data science match, and there is a normal challenge. Okay. For example, this one. As you can see, there is no data science match here. So in these, the submission doesn't have to be like in a very specific format. At times, the Copilot can require you to have the submission in a particular format, but there will be no live scoring. Only your final submission will be scored. Let's say the submission deadline was October. Let's say the submission deadline was November 1. Okay. So on exactly after this moment, your final submission will be taken and it will be reviewed. Okay, your final submission. It will be taken and it will be reviewed, and based on that, you will be given a score manually. Like people will manually review your submission. They'll execute your code. No automated scoring will happen. Okay, so that is the point. So the goal of having these two kinds is that for the data science match, we are just looking for the performance. Like we are just looking that you build as good as possible. The performance should be maximized. Okay, so we are focusing just on that. But in normal challenges, in normal data science challenges, we are also looking for other aspects. We'll of course we'll score your model, etc. But we are also looking for other aspects, like maybe we will analyze your any other criteria. Like we'll read your code. We'll also maybe see the quality of your code, etc. How your documentation is. So this is because like at times we are actually creating like production ready software for the clients. So in that case, we want a lot of things to be pretty good. So in that case, we host normal challenges. But let's say we are looking only to maximize the performance of a classifier or anything like a machine learning code, a machine learning model. So in that case, we'll go for the data science match. Okay. So these are the two kinds. So be very careful about these two. The two have different formats. Okay. Normal challenges have a lot more flexible format, and that the format is very specific. And I've described this in in detail. And if you want, you can just contact me, okay? Or contact the co-pilot to share this. Okay. So I think this is basically it. This is basically what we have at Topcoder in terms of offerings. In terms of specifically data science, to reiterate, you have the options of gig. You have the option of gigs, It is topcoder.com/gigs. Go there and search for any data science related gigs. Or if you want to compete, and win prize, you don't want to like go for a job, etc. You just want to casually compete. And like this also has the pro of that you don't have to, you can work on your own speed. If you want to submit, you can submit. If you don't want to submit, don't submit. So there are pros and cons for both. Okay. And like personally, I used to just compete previously. Okay, so this is also a good career. I mean, if you manage to compete in a lot of challenges, and if you manage to win, it can actually be a career. Okay, at least for a few years, it can be a pretty good career. And if you win enough challenges, you'll also build a profile. You'll be able to use that in your future, maybe job applications that I've won, or I've competed in so and so challenge and I got this rank, etc. So this also is pretty good for your future job prospects. Okay. So reiterate to reiterate how to find these challenges, you need to come here, topcoder.com/challenges, and then come here, and I would suggest that you click on all challenges and then close all of these, design, development, QA, just have this open. And also remove task. Task is basically what happens is at times something needs to be done very urgently. And many times what happens is people, we host tasks where like only one person will be selected to do the task. So this is not a competition. It happens very rarely. It's not very common. Okay. So yes, at times that happens, that you will see a task and you can go and apply that I have these skills and I'm okay with the payments that is being given, so give it to me. So that happens, but it is like not a part of the usual process. Okay. So yeah, so you can filter that out. But if you want to see the task, you can enable it and maybe you'll be able to see. Okay. Okay, so that is basically it. And I hope this has been a clear enough introduction to our offerings, data science offerings. And if you have any questions, you can, I'm available. You can ask those questions, and I'm also available on Discord. So you can come there and we can discuss this either publicly, or you can also DM me. We have a dedicated data science section with all kinds of channels like education, general discussions, etc. Okay. So I hope you are having a good time at TCO this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at Discord and in my future challenges. Okay. Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you for attending this presentation. Thank you.
All right, folks, it's time for our first algorithm competition as part of TCO22. We've got some amazing finalists representing some awesome countries, and we can't wait to see who moves on to the algorithm finals happening in just 2 days. So get ready to see some awesome, really hard problems, some live commentary of the competition. Let's go.
All right, what's up, guys? We're here for the TCO22 algorithm semifinal number 1. I am Scott Wu. I'm joined by our 3 other hosts. We have ecnerwal, Andrew Heat. We have Neil Wu, and then we have Taurus, Gennady, the one and only. So we're going to be getting underway in just a second. Again, 8 competitors here. Top 4 today will be making it to the finals tomorrow. This is going to be a particularly interesting cast because the 4 commentators here we have for semifinal 1 are actually contestants at semifinal 2. But yeah, before we get started, I'd love to hear from you guys. Yeah, what do you guys think we'll see today in this semi?
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty exciting. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I think we've already got to an interesting start. Lyrically doing the usual strategy of opening the 1000, but everyone else sticking with the standard strategy. I think, yeah, I think it's a tough lineup. So making the top 4 here, you have to potentially make some moves.
Yeah, absolutely. So as usual, we can probably see the scoreboard already if we can see who opened which problem. But as usual, we have 3 problems in this event. Usually they are called the easy, the medium, and the hard one. And yeah, the competitors have 85 minutes to solve them, which is not a big span of time, but they're very experienced, so we will see a great battle today.
Yeah.
Right. So the 3 problems here have different point values, right? There's, I guess this time they're a little bit shifted. Usually they're like 250, 500, 1000. But here we have 350, 450, and 1000. And the number of points you get for solving a problem actually depends on how long it takes you to solve it from opening the problem. So 350 is actually just the max score. So as you have it open and as you work on it, the point value drops from there, right?
Yep. Cool. Yeah. So we'll get to talk through the problems on stream as well. We'll be solving them together here. But yeah, let's take a quick look at the contestants for today. We've got 8 contestants from all over the world. Can we pull up the view of the contestants?
Might not have the view right now.
Still loading.
But that's all right. We can still keep talking through the contestants.
Yeah, for sure. So I want to make this a little spicy, so I'm curious to hear from you guys. Of these 8, who you guys would be picking for the finals here? We can all go around and maybe just pick 2 each for the 8 and get started that way.
Sure, I can start. So I mean, I have to be a little bit biased here, but I'm just going to have to pick Kson 48. So Kevin, I think this is Kevin's 2nd TCO semis appearance. I think in the past he's gotten 2nd, and he's also, I think his best placing before was 2nd in the finals. But Kevin is, he was my ICPC teammate, and so, we've got to be a little bit biased here. I was talking with Kevin a little bit earlier about his strategy. I think Kevin sometimes does the same strategy as Lyrically, where he tries to open the 1000 first, right? One thing about that strategy is it's not necessarily the most consistent, right? If your goal is to win the round, sometimes it's really good to open the 1000 first and try and solve it if you can. But if the medium is really hard, then opening the 1000 first might not work out so well because you might run out of time to do the medium problem. And so it looks like Kevin has actually gone and decided not to do that strategy for today. He's actually just opened the small, the easy problem first, just like most of the other contestants.
All right, now we can see the leaderboard. And yeah, as we were talking about the contestants, so Kson 48 was the first one Andrew talked about. So yeah, like we said earlier, we have 3 problems, 350, 450, and 1000. And Lyrically started with 1000. So in terms of strategy, opening 1000 is definitely more risky. And it could happen that you just spend the whole contest on this problem, you don't solve it, and you just end up with 0 points. That happened a lot, but at the same time, if you can solve it, you can get a really big heads up. And that would help you just to win the semifinal straight away. So
yeah, especially because the 500 is lower, right? It's only 450. So presumably, like this 1000, if you get it, is going to be bigger than any single problem that any other person could get, and potentially even bigger than both the 350 and 450, depending on timing.
Right.
Absolutely, and also the 350 is harder than usual, right? So it means that maybe we should not be expecting quick submissions to the 350. We are 8 minutes into the coding phase, and we don't have any submissions yet, but yeah, we will definitely have some a bit later.
Neil, who would your pick be for qualifying for the finals here?
I think I'm gonna have to go with Ben BQI343. He is the top one by rating and very strong competitor. I think a lot of people know him from when he was rank 1 on Codeforce's unseeded Gennady for a little bit, I think he's been competing a little less lately, but he's shown up occasionally. He's still shown that he's a very strong force to be reckoned with.
Looks like Ben's already coding.
Well underway on this problem, yeah.
Nice. Genna, what about you?
Yeah, we'll have a lot of strong competitors. I would definitely highlight Eryx out of the bunch, because out of all the 8 competitors we have in this semifinal, Eryx is the only one who has actually won the TCO Finals. It was back in 2005, but it's still something to be very proud of, and that's a great achievement. And yeah, it just shows how how early he joined the community, and he's still active in some sense, and it's great to see him back to the TCO Finals. So hopefully he gives it a great battle. We can see that he actually started working on the first problem as well. He's using, what's that? Is that Farm Manager? I'm not sure. Yeah, but it looks like Farm Manager. Yeah, that's a pretty good IDE, which I use as well.
Super seasoned competitor. This is actually his 6th TCO. And as you mentioned, Gennady's been competing he's actually been a member since 2003, so he's been competing for a long time. Cool, awesome. Maybe I'll just pick 2, and then we can snake back around to go through all 8 contestants, and then we can start talking about the problems right after that. I would pick Mugurelionut from Japan. Super sharp. I've met him a couple times at different events. This is his 3rd TCO, he's always shown strong performances. At all these events. And then I would also pick Stonefeang. Radouche is what he's known on Codeforces. Radouche himself was also briefly #1 on Codeforces, but again, very strong competitor. I think both Radouche and Maroon in the last few years have really gotten good. So they're kind of some of the new age crowd. But yeah, Gennady, back to you.
All right, so now on the screen we can see Maroon Kawasaki type in the first problem as well. It seems to take some time from everyone. So far we don't have any submissions yet. We can go to Stonefeang's screen, I think. What I wanted to add about Mateusz is that it's his first TCO Finals, but also what is really notable is that he advanced not only in algorithm but in the marathon finals, as you could see previously on the stream. So it's both his first time in algorithm and in marathon, which is a great achievement, And as someone who advanced to both algorithm and marathon previously, I definitely can cheer for him as well. Out of the other competitors, I think it's really great that to see that lyrically went for 1000. We can go to her screen right now. We can actually see that Radouche, that Stonefeang is compiling 3000, 350. And we will have a submission soon. Okay, maybe not sure. We can go back. So let's go to the lyrically screen, as she's the only one who started with 1000. And yeah, we can see that she actually is typing the code already. Started right now. we're 13 minutes into the coding phase, so it's, like if the idea is there, we could be seen as a mission. Oh, we also see some mess on screen. But yeah, the strategy of opening 1000 is risky, but it's also very respectable. And hopefully we can get a solved 1000 in the semifinal. So I'm rooting for.
She's pulling up Mathematica. I wonder what she's doing there, actually.
Yeah, we don't know the problem exactly yet, right? But yeah, it seems that there is some heavy calculations on the screen. Okay, let's go on. Neil, do you want to pick?
Yeah, we have two more competitors. One of them is Umnik, who has been, let me see, at TCO before a couple of times. I think is that 7 times, so actually more than a couple. He's always been a very strong competitor as well, often very quick problem solver, and so we'll see how he does here. Can we pull up his screen? Looks like he's testing first problem.
Yeah, it looks like his submission. Oh yeah, so he's the first one to submit.
Oh, so he caught the submit. Nice.
Yeah, awesome. So he's the first one to submit, and obviously he's the first place on the leaderboard now.
Yep. So
and
when you
he goes straight.
Yeah, he's going straight into the medium. Yeah. So when you submit, your time is locked in, and you can see here you got, I think that was 296 out of 350. So this doesn't mean for sure that you'll get the points. You still have to pass the system test, and you even have to pass challenges from the other competitors. But it means that your submission is now locked. Once we finish the contest, we'll see whether that passed. So he can choose to resubmit again in the future, but that's going to incur a time penalty. For now, it looks like he's happy with that, and he's moving on to the next problem. And then, yeah, last but not least, our last competitor. Andrew?
Right, that would be kotatsugame. I'm not actually sure how you pronounce this. Is it kotatsugame?
Probably game, I would guess. Yeah, it's like hey,
Right. Right. But this is actually their first Topcoder. This is actually their first TCO Finals as well, right? This is our him and Stonefeang are our only 2 new contestants, and yeah, I mean he's definitely still a strong competitor. I think he's had strong results, obviously on Topcoder and on Code Course and at Coder, and so definitely looking out to see how he performs today as well. It looks like he's also pretty deep in his implementation. Maybe he's already debugging, or maybe he's barely he's still working through implementing the code.
Yeah, it seems.
But yeah, we can see that he's taking a moment to think.
Yeah. By the way, so the coding phase, the phase during which the contestants, actually might create programs, is 85 minutes long, as I said. And after that, we will have a 5-minute intermission phase, like a break, and then we will have a 10-minute challenge phase. Yeah, we can see that Stonefeang is the second one to submit the 350 problem and gets to second place, which is also a great start. So now we will soon see whether he goes for testing the 350 or probably he will go for one of the 2 other problems. What I wanted to say is that during the challenge phase, the competitors will be able to see other people's codes, and they will be able to create test cases against them and to create challenges. And so they can propose a test case, and if the code works correctly on that test case, the people whose code is challenged get 0 points for that problem. It becomes fail. And the person who made the correct challenge gets plus 50 points. If the challenge is incorrect, though, the person gets minus 25 points, and the original submission is just left intact. And so what I wanted to say about kotatsugame is that they advanced from the TCO round 4 on the 6th place, but they made 5 correct challenges in the process, and that helped a lot with their placements. So maybe we can see some challenges and expect some challenges from them.
Yeah, challenge phase is always the most exciting to see things going crazy, right? I think this one in particular is pretty interesting because with the semis, like we said, your goal is to make top 4. It's not necessarily to win the round outright. And so you'll see people who are right around 4th place, 5th place, 6th place, and they'll have like some pretty deliberate decisions as far as who to challenge. Yeah, let's get into the problems, shall we? So the 350, the easy problem, is actually a very clean statement. You're given a large number. Up to 5,000 digits long, so up to 10 to the 5,000. And the question is just, this is your number n. Is there some number x such that x plus the number made from reversing the digits of x is equal to n? So simple example, 33, for example, would be correct. And it'd be because 21 plus 12 is equal to 33, and you would be expected to return 33. In some cases, there is no answer, and then you will, and that none exists.
Right. And one thing to note here is that the numbers are actually quite large. They range up to 5,000 characters, and so they're not just you can't even just like iterate over numbers because it's the numbers are up to 10 to the 5,000. And so, yeah, I think, do you guys have any thoughts on the approach? I guess I can start by giving one quick thought. One thing that you can notice is that the last digit, if you look at the last digit, that kind of tells you what the sum of the first digit of x is and the last digit of x, right? Because you're just adding those two numbers together. And so, maybe you can, if you look at the last digit, actually you get the first digit of x plus the last digit of x, but it might be that minus 10. So maybe you can case work on that and try and kind of build that value. Do you guys have any thoughts?
Yeah, so something that's interesting is that if you have trailing zeros in the numbers, I guess that's fine. Okay. So the trailing zeros are not a problem, right? I guess we. I see. So it's kind of like then from that view, you want it to be some symmetric sum of digits, right? Like it's like whether you say 56 or 65 doesn't matter, but even both of those are also equivalent to like 38 or 47 or something, because in both cases the first plus last is 11. You'll always get 121, and I think you can think of each pair of digits like outside in that way, right? Like you're just trying to pick some total for between like 0 to 18, or I guess 1 to 18 for the first number, and get that to work.
Right. And so one thing you might want to do is you might want to first start off by case working on the total length of x, so that you can make sure that you have that. Because there are kind of like two possible total lengths. It could either be like the length of n or the length of n minus 1. But once you fix that, then you kind of just have these pairs of digits that you're trying to find, pick a particular sum for.
I think we can go to the leaderboard for the moment because we have some new submission which we have not seen yet. Can you go to the leaderboard?
Yeah.
So we have a new submission from BQI343 on 350 problem, and as we can see, all the 3 competitors who solved the 350 went for 450 for the medium problem. I don't know, strategic wise, I think that's a good strategy. Like personally, I would probably do the same, but we'll see how it works out.
Right. One thing is that if you go to the medium and then see that it's actually very hard, you still have time to kind of open the large without kind of having lost too much time. So you still have kind of options available to you.
Yeah, you kind of have to cover your bases depending on how easy or hard the contest is. Like it's like there are some versions where you can only finish 2 problems over the span of the whole contest, or some versions where if it's really hard you can only do 1 problem. and then of course there's some where you could do all three in the time of the contest. But yeah, I mean, going standard is also I feel like it's a confidence play too. If you know that you're good enough, then you don't have to go super out of order.
Yeah, I think we can go to someone's screen. So we can go to kotatsugame screen because as I see in the arena, they're testing their 350 problem, so we could have a submission pretty soon.
Pretty interesting question from Lydia. If Lyrically submits hard now, do you just drop medium and go to hard right away? What do you guys think?
So if Lyrically submits hard right now, it means it takes like 24 minutes, right? I would still not drop, but yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're working on the medium, if Lyrically submits right now, that actually means you have some time to keep working on the medium and kind of finish it out before being forced to open the hard. So I think maybe for like Nick and Stonefeang and Ben, it doesn't make sense. But actually, for some of the other people who haven't yet opened the medium, maybe you should go directly to the hard.
Yeah, so we can see that Rio is testing the easy problem, I think. So maybe the examples passed, and they just want to verify before submitting that it's all good, right?
Right. Yeah, one interesting thing about this problem is it's very easy to generate examples. You can just iterate over numbers, and you can write the brute force for small numbers. Obviously, it's harder to generate large test cases that are guaranteed to fail, I guess. But they probably or just like large test cases that have some subtle edge cases. But at the very least, it is pretty easy to just generate a lot of like cases that should succeed by just picking an X and then using that to pick your N.
So I think
that's interesting. He hasn't actually. He actually hasn't submitted yet, but he's writing tests for it.
Yes.
And if we think he passed the samples, it's interesting whether that's a good strategy or not, because maybe you should take the risk and try to get a higher score in case that high score is what gets you into the top 4, especially since 3 people have submitted already.
Right. At the same time, only 3 people have submitted, so maybe it's okay. I'm not too sure how you should weigh that.
Yeah, but once someone submits, it's already too late. When someone submits the problem, it might already be too late. So
maybe you waited a minute to open the problem, right? And then you can see that in Snake.
Right.
Yeah, so as we could see on the screen previously, Lyrically was in the process of implementing 1000 still. I'm not sure how far she is into it, but anyway.
Yeah, do we want to talk about the 1000 really quickly?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the way the 1000 works is it's a little bit roundabout, but what we say is that if I give you a collection of strings, the similarity of the set of strings is how many comparisons you have to do in order to check, in order to confirm whether each pair of strings is equal or unequal or the direction of it, comparing lexicographically. So pretty much the similarity of a set of strings is pretty much the sum of the longest common prefixes of every pair of them. It's off by a little bit because you can have equal strings and things like that, but it's pretty much just the lengths of the longest common prefixes, the sum of the lengths of the longest common prefixes pairwise. And so what we're actually given is we're not actually given a collection of strings, and we're trying to construct a collection of strings with a particular similarity. Actually, it's even a little more complicated than that. First of all, we want to, given a number A, we want to construct a set of strings with that similarity. And the second thing we want to do is we want to compute for each number between A and B whether there is a set of strings with this particular similarity, or at least how many of them is there a set. And so you actually have to implement both sides of this, which seems a little bit tricky. Kind of like you have to do twice as much work. They're related, obviously, but you have to do extra work to make sure that you can both count them efficiently and also construct one.
Yeah, and keep in mind there's no partial credit for any of these problems. So if you fully solved one half of the problem and you can't quite figure out the second half, you're still getting a 0 on the problem. So you have to weigh that when you decide what to do here.
Yeah, so this problem does look like some dynamic programming problem, which we definitely see on the screen, but the details could be very tricky. And yeah, like also the polynomial solution could be simple, but to get it fast enough could also be a challenge. We'll see what happens next. But in the meantime, we have a submission to the 450-point problem from Amnik. Yeah, that's actually a very quick submission. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty impressive. It looked like it might have even taken him less time to solve than the 350, which suggests that it actually, the point values are pretty fair in that, the 450 and 350 are pretty similar. But I think one thing that we'll see then is we'll see the other contestants maybe trying to, now that they know how fast it can be solved, now they might have to play a little more, now they might try and submit a little faster and just like be more tempted to open the 450 as well.
And now we're looking at Stonefeang.
It's interesting because I don't think he checked his submissions afterward. I think he just went straight to the next problem. And if you're trying to get first place, I think that might help improve your chances. But when you're just trying to make top 4, it might be worth spending time just checking your submissions.
And now we have an even faster submission to the 450-point problem from BQI343, getting 416 points out of 450, which is even faster. But since his submission to the 350 was slower, the total amount of points is just a bit lower. But it could hint other competitors, especially the 4 competitors at the bottom, or like lyrically as well, that maybe the medium problem is not that hard. So we could get some quick submissions to that during the contest.
Right. At this point, I kind of almost expect lyrically to open the 450 after either solving or giving up on the 1000. I might expect her to open the 450 before the 350 and try and get those points faster. Yeah. We can also take a look at this problem statement. I haven't had a chance to read it. Have any of you guys?
No, I haven't. I like that we are looking at Stonefeang's screen and he's solving the stone solitaire problem.
Right. Yeah, the problem is called stone solitaire, right?
Yeah. The code looks pretty short, but it's still not working as far as I can see. Oh, I guess it is working, but he's now testing it for time, like how fast it is. And it seems to be maybe, yeah, not sure. But we could have a quick submission now too.
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree that lyrically would go for 450 before 350. Also, by the way, there are, as you might know, there are 2 different arenas for the Topcoder, right? There's the vintage arena, which is the Java applet, and there is also a web arena, which is newer. It seems that most competitors still use the old Java applet, right? I personally use it as well. But Stonefeang is using the web arena, and I think I saw someone else use it too. I don't remember exactly who, but yeah.
Right. Okay, I think we have something drawn up on the whiteboard about the solution to the 350. Scott, do you want to take it?
Yeah, for sure. So this is going back to the problem where we want to determine if this number n is the sum of some x and its reverse. So first thing we can notice is that if n has 1,000 digits, then x should either have 1,000 or 999 digits, right? And let's just say in this case it's like a b c d plus d c b a. So you get this kind of symmetric effect, right? Where when you add these carries, you got a plus d here, b plus c again, and then a plus d again. And I think what we're trying to do here is we're trying to basically just greedily, like we case through these and then we just kind of like greedily push down. So Andrew, like you said, we have the last digit. And if the last digit is 6, let's say, then this a plus d is either 6 or 16, right? So we solve this for the carries and we figure out case on this is a carry or this is not a carry, and then we continue down. And I think this should drop pretty quickly. Like there's not too much branching here because we should be able to check quickly if we're right.
Right, because we can actually look at the first digit to see if there's a carry or not, right? Because the first digit is either 16 or 6. Like there's either a leading one or not.
Right. If n is more digits than n, there should be a carry. Yeah. And then you kind of just rush through.
Right. And
yeah,
so
we kind of don't care what A and D are. We just care what A plus D is. It's interesting here.
Right, and we also care what B plus C is. One thing you have to be a little bit careful about is you got to make sure that A is at least 0, right? That A is at least 0, right? Or is not 0. So that's also a bit of an edge case you have to account for.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, like you could trick yourself into thinking that you could make like 20 or something because it's like 0, 1, 0 plus 0, 1, 0. But yeah, that's actually not a lot.
Right, yeah. So we see 2 more submits come in for the 350 from Eryx and kotatsugame. And so they've also both moved on to the 450 immediately. But it looks like that'll be a pretty tight race. We'll have to see. Like both of them are now kind of jockeying for this 4th place position, and I mean potentially the other contestants still could also catch up. So we'll definitely have to see. They'll definitely be pretty close, and also it might even come down to challenges.
Yeah. So far it seems very close, right? It seems that many people will get 2 first problems accepted, and the speed will be very important. Like the cumulative speed, right? The 350 speed plus the 450 speed.
Right.
We do have KSum48 screen on the screen, and he seems to be struggling with the example test cases, right?
Right. So it looks like he's done something wrong. He's not even passing all. He's actually failing most of the samples, and so there's definitely something that's a little off.
Yeah. So he was actually one of the first competitors to compile his solution, but maybe it was not like fully ready at the point. But anyway.
Yeah, I think Kevin actually doesn't compile his code locally, and I think just uses the web arena to test. And so he might compiling it might actually just be testing an early iteration of the code. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
So,
I wanted to ask you guys, if you were Maroon Curry or KSum48 here, you're saying there's already 5 people who've submitted. What's kind of your game plan? When do you say, okay, I'm going to abandon ship on this problem and try to do some other problems?
Right. I think in this case, after seeing how fast the medium can be solved, it might even make sense not to abandon that early, because once again, you can actually kind of wait a little bit. It looks like the 1,000 is hard and the medium is pretty easy. So you might kind of just go for the play where you're just going to try and get a really fast medium, and try and get the easy, even if it takes a while.
I would agree.
But I think they're at the point where their first 2 problems wouldn't be enough, given how many points they've fallen on the 350?
Right.
I think at this point it's kind of like, I don't know, like it seems that for anyone on the leaderboard, it's still not lost at all. Because, yeah, we can see that KSAN48 finally submitted this 350, right? It took him a long time, a really long time, like 50 minutes, like more than half, right? Like almost, like 40 minutes, almost half of the contest. But at the same time, he's just like 15 points behind the fourth place, and he would definitely be 15 points faster than Eryx on the 450. So it's totally not lost for him. It's totally not lost for Maroon as well. So I think that abandoning 350 is actually pretty bad. Like it's very risky. It's very kind of desperate. And also, if you abandon the 350, you should probably go for the 1000 and hope that you can solve it really quickly. We can also see right now that KSAN opened the 1000, just breaking all of my thoughts. I would personally still open the 450 because it seems that passing with 2 problems would still be very possible for him. But anyway, maybe he just wants to take a look at the 1000 because he knows that 450 is solvable pretty quickly. So I guess he can still spend like 20 minutes trying the 1000, and if he cannot solve it, he can go to 450 and still.
Yeah, I would guess that's what he's doing. Yeah, but I actually really like that. There is a big gap between third and fourth here, and so it's actually not as bad of a situation as it seems just from the fact that 3 people are submitting really fast.
Something else that's nice about Kevin's play here, opening the 1000, is he'll probably be able to solve the 450 in time. He also, in the meantime, gets to see how fast his opponents are solving the 450, and so by the time he comes to it, he knows exactly what time he needs if he wants to get 4th place, right? So I think I like this play a lot. It is like stuff gets really interesting, I think, around the halftime mark, right? Like the kind of the mental math here is like, well, Lyrically has been looking at the 1000 for the first half of the contest and hasn't solved it. There's only half the contest left. So it's pretty borderline whether someone who opens it now would be able to solve it. But I mean, it's worth a try. You never know. The problem could be more fit for your style or anything like that.
Right.
Now we're looking at Eryx's screen on. Yeah, and Eryx is working on 450. And yeah, it seems that pretty much everyone who opens the 450 starts trying something immediately. Also, as we can see, we have, like this problem has just one n value of n as input. So maybe you could try some brute force solution to take a look at what happens, and then maybe you can notice a pattern. But I don't know the problem yet, so I'm just guessing from what I see on the screens.
Right. Yeah. I think I've read the problem now, and so I can talk about it really quickly. The way it works is you're kind of playing this, like, I don't know, almost solitaire version of Mancala, and what happens is you have a long sequence of pits, and each pit has some number of stones in it, and on each action, you can take all the stones from one pit and distribute them to the previous pits. So if I take the stone, if there are like 5 stones in pit 10, then I put 1 in pit 9, 1 in pit 8, 1 in pit 7, 1 in pit 6, and 1 in pit 5. And so I distribute these 5 stones to the lower number of pits. And if I have too many stones, then I lose the game. So having too many stones in one pit is like your loss condition. And your win condition is getting all the stones into pit number 0. And the question is given given a number n of the number of stones, find the number of winning positions, or find maybe the set of all winning positions.
Yeah, it wants you to return the sum of the hashes and so on. Yeah, so basically, in order to keep going, you have to clear a pit number X that contains exactly X stones. And basically the question is like whether you can win the game just making moves of that form. So simple first pass is if you have multiple such choices, you should always do the smallest one, right? If you do anything bigger, then you are now making the smaller ones bigger than X, which will lose you the game. If you're faced with the board, the strategy is pretty straightforward. You just always take the smallest one that has exactly X, and you play that one.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Which makes me think there's probably some kind of inductive real you can think of. Like, this is an interesting problem. I mean, it looks like a game theory problem where you'd be using, numbers or sprague gravity or something, but I think it's actually more of a just pure combinatorics problem where you're kind of inductively counting, right? If the smallest, like let's say 5 is the smallest one that has exactly 5 there,
right,
then it basically means all the stuff that happens above 5 is you will never get to that until you actually have cleared out the area at 5. So there's some math there to consider. Yeah.
Right. There's kind of I think one thing you can think about is if you look at, well, obviously the biggest pile has to the highest numbered pit has to have exactly that many stones in it, because otherwise you'll never be able to clear it out. But the second biggest pile, the second highest non-empty pile, kind of has to be almost full, right? Because you're really only going to do one move from the right of it and increase its size by 1. And so it has to be either kind of full or like full -1. And maybe you can kind of consider instead of considering them in time order, you consider them in position order. Do something there.
All right. Since we're getting into a somewhat calm phase of the coding phase, and no one is compiling, no one is submitting at the moment. But yeah, still a lot is going on in the competitors' minds and perhaps on screens. We can go to our leader's screen, Dominic, or we can go to BQI 343 screen as well. And it seems that he's already typing the solution to the 1000 problem. So it seems that the first idea that the solution has to be dynamic programming is pretty clear to those who try to solve this problem, but the details would be very tricky.
Right. So the dynamic programming, it kind of makes sense because we're kind of considering. So the constraints on the problem are you have to have exactly n strings. They have to have length between 0 and L, and they have to use the first S letters, right? And so one way of thinking about this is that we can pick the first character of every string, and once we pick the first character of every string, then kind of all the strings that start with A kind of become one group, and all the strings that start with B become another group, and all the strings that start with C become another group. And these groups don't really interact anymore, right? And so all we kind of have to casework on is how big these groups are and the similarity within one group. And one interesting question is, do you guys think that all similarities are pretty much all similarities are possible within some range?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. It seems believable, but I mean, the constraint on the number of elements, so the number of elements is only up to 50. And I imagine you get weird behavior for, like if n is 5 or something, there's weird stuff that you can't do, right? Like, can you even do, let's see, can you do like...
Let's say the length of the string is 1, right? For example. So we will have some sum of triangular numbers, right? That would be the upper similarity,
right?
Is it? So I'm not sure we can obtain any number. Pretty sure we cannot obtain any number in range. It will probably be some random subset, right?
Right. And so what do you guys? How do you guys think we should deal with that in our dynamic programming?
As we could see in the codes of different competitors already, they had some bit sets of size like 62,000, which is probably the largest possible answer. So I guess bit set could be a way to store all possible similarities and quickly merge them, like operate with them overall.
Right.
I see.
Interesting.
I like that. Yeah. So the question asks you as if the numbers can go up to a billion, but like you're saying, the answer should only be 50 cubed, right? So
right.
It's actually quite a bit smaller.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So Omnic is not typing the 1000 problem yet, as you can see on the screen. He's just thinking about the problem. So we are moving to lyrically, and okay, so it seems that she's testing, I guess, the example tests. Yeah, I guess lyrically is not using any Arena plugins and just tests everything manually, which takes quite a bit of your time, I guess, but that's also a way to do it.
Right. I remember seeing her copying the function signature at the beginning of the contest, and so it definitely looks like she does everything pretty manually.
Editor standard, I can see the top right.
Right.
But yeah, it seems that since we're testing, maybe we will get a submission finally on this problem soon. Checking the scoreboard. So it seems that still the amount of points lyrically would get from the 1000 is high enough. So getting the 1000 and any of the other two problems would be enough for overtaking everyone else. And it would mean that to fall out of the top 4, we would need 4 more people probably solving the 1000, which at this point could happen or could not happen. I'm not sure, like it might happen, but we still have 35 minutes. So I honestly, I would think that we could have several submissions at the end of the contest to the 1000 problem, because it does seem doable, even though it is assigned much more points than the other 2 problems. I still feel like it's doable and people would be able to do it.
Right. It definitely looks a little bit. It looks time consuming, but definitely there's so much time left in the contest. There's like more than almost half the contest left, and so definitely could still get solved.
You can take a look at someone else's screen. Yeah, we're now looking at Kotatsugame's screen, working on the 500 problem.
Right. It looks like he just started coding. He's still not sure if he's still kind of exploring or if he already has the algorithm. Ready.
He has some fun. Oh, is there a function f? Or okay, it's going to be different now. So yeah, I'm not sure if we are at a late stage of the solution. But the code seemed pretty short from the other competitors, so I think it could be pretty fast. We're now going to Maroon query and batch testing the 350 problem. Correct. Are we getting a submission finally? And we are. Okay. Maroon is the last one of the initial 7 people opening the 350. Finally submitted it.
He's in a tough spot now, though. He's got to figure out how to proceed to get to the top 4 here. It might be.
Yeah.
He might have to do the 1000.
And he does open.
He does. Okay. He's about 45 points down from 4th place, right? And so beating 4th place on the 450 by 40 points might be pretty tough. And so opening the 1000 first, as we said with Kevin, might be the right play, and you can still switch to the 450 near the end of the contest if you need.
Yeah, exactly. If he's going to get that high of a score on the 450, then he can do it later because he'll have to do it that fast anyway.
Right. And one thing you can remember is that he's 45 points down, but that actually is still only 1 challenge away, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
That's a good point. Like I said, we need 50 points for 1 challenge, so it's easy to get to top 4 with just 1 challenge.
Right. And so there's definitely still a lot of room to still a lot of room for him to catch up.
It seems that the 450 problem might not be as easily challengeable though, because it just has one number as an input, so maybe it will be hard to challenge 450, but it seems that 350 could be pretty challengeable because there are some cases you could miss. But we'll see. I think it will be still pretty hard to challenge it because the codes are pretty long, probably. So I don't know. I would not expect a lot of challenges to these two problems, and probably to the last one as well. But perhaps we will see me wrong in just 40 minutes. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and coming back to the 450 actually, so I'm kind of getting through the solution now, and I realize this problem is actually quite sick. So we can pull up the whiteboard and take a quick look at this. So we mentioned before that if you're actually playing the game, that the strategy is always the same, right? You take the leftmost one that still has exactly X for position X, and you close it. Something else that's true. So the number of stones always decreases by 1. If just ignore pile 0, right? So like if you have a 3 here in position 3, then you get 1 stone each in positions 1 and 2, and then 1 goes to 0, then that just doesn't count. So if you look at these non-zero piles, the total goes down by 1 every time. So that should be exactly the number of moves you make. And the sick thing here is that the reverse move is also unique. In other words, if you're looking at a board that is winnable or was winnable, there was only one previous move that you could have done, which is to unpack the leftmost 0, right? So if you have like 2, 2, or like 1, 2, something 0 or something like that, then that 0 must have been a 3 that was unpacked, and you can reverse these now. So all you have to do here actually is you just simulate the game in reverse, starting from the very bottom, and it turns out that there's actually only one solution, right, for each number n. And then that gives you a very clean finish.
All right. So the idea of going in reverse is actually can be pretty tricky to get. I feel like it often makes the problem much easier. Like I guess in this case, but in some cases, if you don't happen to think about looking at the process in reverse, you would get some really hard time.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense for the scoreboard that we're seeing, right? Like some people solve it super immediately, like 420 points out of 450, and then some people, it's just like if you don't see the idea, it's very hard to figure it out. Yeah.
We have some new development on the leaderboard. It's that Maroon went for the 450 problem. I guess after reading the 1000, he realized that it would be really hard to get it in time, in 30 minutes, which makes sense. For example, we can see that Lyrically has been working on the 1000 for almost an hour now, right? And still haven't got it. So that would make sense for Maroon to go for 450. And if he gets it quickly enough, let's say, like he would already be in a top 4 position, right? So that's a reasonable strategy.
Right. He's actually opened it late enough that if he sees someone else submit, he still has like a little bit of time before he's forced to submit the 450. And so that can be very good for him.
I wonder how K748 is doing on the 1000. We have him coming up.
Looks like he's actually not actively implementing it right now. And so
looks like he started and
still thinking about it on paper.
More.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't actually tell if his code is aimed at testing and just kind of generating small cases, or if it's actually kind of partial progress towards the full solution.
Yeah, we can see that also he is using bitset, so I guess that's a common idea that you will have to use. The code seems pretty short at the moment, so it's probably not at the final stage. I wonder if he will move to the 450 problem at some point. because like he might not have enough time. Even if he switches to the 450, he might not have enough time to solve it. But actually, I would expect him to solve the 450 pretty quickly. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I think 450 would fit his general problem style kind of.
Right. So here we're looking at Benji's screen, and it looks like he is also kind of thinking about it right now. He has some code. Can you guys tell what's going on here? There's some DP, and he's showing us his code right now. There's some DP, and it looks like he is. It looks like he is starting to implement some of the search code, or some of the code for the range check, maybe.
Yeah, it feels like he's not in a late stage yet, but he's definitely working on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Funny
How
little
many
quirk about this.
full solves of all 3 problems do you think we'll see?
I was going to ask that as well. Yeah, I think we'll see at least one. It might be just one, is my guess.
Who do you think that would be, if you had to guess?
Oh, I have no idea, but I think one of the 3 early easy medium contenders will probably get it. It seems like it's the kind of thing where there's a lot to write, and you have to really think through it carefully. A funny quirk about this problem actually is it turns out that you can solve this problem using only A, B, C, and D. So it asks you, you have all the first S letters of the alphabet, but that S is actually can just be up to 4.
Yeah, we have Eryx on screen now. It seems he. Oh yes, sorry.
Right.
But yeah, I was going to say that he's working on the 500. He's testing, but it seems that the sample test cases are still not working for him. But he might be close, I think. What do you think about the solution, though? It seems a bit different from what we saw. But maybe it's still okay.
Right. I think there also you can try and solve it by using some DP from the largest numbers down. Obviously, it's not, you don't just like get, you have to do some branching and stuff, but I think it might still be solvable. And so maybe he's trying to do that kind of solution.
Yep, and now we are back to Kotatsugame's screen, solving the 450 problem. Kotatsugame is currently in the 5th place, so getting the medium problem would get into the 4th place, and 4 people out of 8 advance to the finals, which is going to be held on Saturday. So it still seems that the code is not ready yet, right? There's still some tweaking here and there.
Yeah, I do think most people will end up solving the 450. I think there's going to be a big variance in how much time it takes. But the thing is just that, if you try doing any simulations or examples or whatever, you'll just see, there's only one solution every time, right? And as soon as you see that, you should be able to figure out why that is. So I think we'll probably have more submissions close to the end. I think it's obviously very impressive to be able to get such a high score, because it means that, you just realize that immediately rather than having to see that in the data. But I think we'll get more submissions here.
So it looks here like Lyrically has passed all samples on the 1000, right?
It seems that the code is a bit slow.
Oh, but it still hasn't submitted.
Yeah, but I saw that in the arena that it took like 5 seconds on some test case. I don't know what the time limit is. It's apparently more than 5 seconds, but it could be a bit slow, so maybe that's what Lyrically is worried about here.
Time limit is 6 seconds, so that's really quick.
Yeah, so it's really close, right? So maybe Lyrically would want to optimize the code first before submitting. Maybe it's too slow on some different test case, right?
Right. And there are just over 20 minutes left in the contest, right?
And also
there's a little time to do that.
Yeah.
Another interesting update is KSun48 has opened the 450. So
Yeah,
it does look like we have a race there. Yeah.
I wonder about that because he actually compiled and tested the 1000 problem many times before going to the 450. So he was either close on the 1000 or he gave up completely. Maybe he just wanted to.
When we were looking at the 1000, it didn't look like he had the complete code, right? So maybe he was just compiling. He was just testing small cases or something.
Yeah. So maybe like at this point with 22 minutes to go, I guess he realizes that he cannot get both problems. So he just maybe wants to take a look at the 450, and if it looks very easy to him, then he can maybe just
Right.
But
He can
like
even.
if he-
It's even kind of fine for him to solve the 450 and then come back to the 1000. I mean, he probably won't have time for both.
Also, we look at the Stonefeang's screen, and it seems that he was not going to 1000, right? But he actually is. Yeah, I guess he was just looking at the problem statement.
Right. Looks like he's testing, and I'm not sure he's returning a single string, and so maybe he's not he doesn't quite have the right values yet. It doesn't look like he's testing on the complete samples yet, but maybe he's testing for time for runtime right now. It's a little tricky to tell.
Yeah, it is. So looking at the scoreboard, by the way, so do you guys think that the top 3 competitors are safely into the top 4, assuming their solutions pass? Because like at this point, it seems that there is definitely a race for 4th, but the first 3 look kind of way ahead of the others.
I agree. I think they're comfortably in. Honestly, they could even fail 350 and they would likely make it. I think like 450 is very unlikely to fail. I guess they could fail 350. And maybe more 450s will come in and they won't make it.
If 2 people submit the 450, it would not be safe to fail 350, right? I mean, I'm just saying that the top 3 people are ahead on time as well, right? So if both problems pass, then probably they all 3 advance. But
yeah, I agree. They seem pretty safe right now if they pass.
Yeah. But the 4th spot is very much up for grabs. But anyway, we are going to look at the system testing, so who knows what happens.
Here we're back on Unix screen, and I guess he is coding and also looking at the statement. Did you guys get a chance to catch any of the code that he'd written?
No, didn't really see it.
Yeah, he's still really reading the problem statement, and so it seems like he's still kind of thinking about it. And he's not. One interesting thing is he's not looking at the bounds, so he's actually looking at the formal statement, and maybe he's thinking about. I know there are some edge cases where if strings end prematurely, they don't really contribute to the. They don't really contribute to the next levels, and so maybe he's thinking about that kind of thing still.
All right, so we now have our 4th submission for the 450 problem, and it comes from Eryx. He stays in the 1st place, but it's still important, I think. For example, as Eryx got 260 points locked in, Kotatsugame will not get ahead of him submitting the 450.
Right. He has. Right. He's just. Yeah. He's just too slow for that now. And obviously, this puts him ahead of challenges. That's also pretty important. Just having any points essentially on the 450 puts him ahead of the 350 plus challenges, and so that's quite good for him.
Yeah, so at this point, kotatsugame is probably not getting the 1000, and the 450 would not be enough for the fourth place, so it looks difficult to advance. I guess they would need some challenges or someone failing above them. But yeah, just failing one problem would not be enough because the score on the 350 is not very good.
I think something interesting is lyrically spot actually, right? So lyrically right now, if she submits the 1000, we'll be in fifth. So she needs to solve not only the 1000 but also an additional problem. So I wonder what's going on there exactly. I mean, she must think that she's clearly like she hasn't moved on to another problem, so she seems confident that she can get the 1000. But it's going to be a bit of a time crunch to get that and another problem in time.
Right. Maybe she's hoping to get the 1000 in a fast 450 or something. It definitely is going to be pretty tricky.
We are now back to Kevin Sun's screen, K-Sun 48, and it seems to me that he's working on the 450 problems. So apparently he thinks that this one is more solvable, and yeah, that makes sense.
Right. It looks like he's still thinking about it. He's probably on paper. He's already pasted modnum code, which I think is necessary for the output. But he's still kind of working on the ideas here.
We are now up to Eryx's screen. Eryx is reading the 1000 problem. It's probably, even if not impossible, then very difficult to get it in 15 minutes. Not just for Eryx, but just for anyone. Just because it's the hardest problem of the set, obviously, and no one solved it yet. But it still makes sense to read it, because perhaps you would find some challenge cases, and if someone submits and you need a challenge, you might try to challenge them. If you know what the problem is about, that would be helpful for challenging.
Right.
Also,
you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Go ahead.
I was just saying, since there are a lot of people in chat talking about it, can you guys? Are there any things that you guys might look for trying to look for challenges in this contest, either on the 350 or the 450? Any particular edge cases you guys can think of that look like they might be promising?
Yeah, like we said earlier, 450 probably unlikely to have edge cases. I think like the only thing you could mess up is maybe the hash thing, which seems unlikely, or maybe just performance.
Yeah,
I guess if you're thinking
hash is tested in the samples, right?
Yeah, hash is tested. So I mean, you could try to give them the 10 to the 7 max case, but people are ready for that. I think I'd be surprised. 350, a lot more opportunity. Yeah, there's the zeros and stuff. There's definitely off by ones on digits. There's odd digits, even digits. There's lots of little things that you need to make sure to do correctly. Yeah, I'm sure we will see some challenges. I think especially when it gets towards the end of the phase, if you're in fifth place, you very clearly should be going for challenges. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And then 1000 as well. I mean, very possible that people will try and sneak a 1000 in at the end. Especially, it's possible that they're very barely not fast enough, like the runtime. And so you might need to come up with a nice max case for this or things like that. I think you have to do a lot of pruning. You have to be pretty smart about it. Otherwise, the solution that we outlined is tough to get to in time.
Yeah, especially the top 3 people right now, they don't have to worry too much about someone overtaking them with 50 more points. So if they have some code for the 1000 that they think has a small shot of actually working, they might as well just submit it.
Right. So far, if the leaderboard stays in the same place and nothing happens, the top 4 people, any one single problem failing for any of them will still not send them out of the top 4. But also I wanted to say that it's looking pretty bad for lyrically at the moment, because the amount of points on the 1000 is pretty low at this point. It would not be enough to overtake Eryx, for example. And it also seems that in 12 minutes, it would be hard for lyrically, even if they submit this problem quickly, it would be hard to get another one. And
what did we... Someone just submitted, I think it was Maroon Curry?
Yes, Maroon Curry submitted.
And he actually moved into 4th, I believe.
Yes.
He's quickly testing his code to make sure.
Yes, Maroon is
so he's running max test now. It's a little unfortunate that we didn't get a chance to see his screen. He actually submitted before testing the max test. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Oh yeah, that's interesting because he has, you know, a decent gap over Eryx. So if he lost, you know, 2 points, for example, it wouldn't have really mattered. Oh, we have a submit from Lyrically on the 1000. So Lyrically, but unfortunately, Lyrically is still in 6th place. So, like you mentioned, she has to solve something else. She's opened both the 350 and the 450. So
something I want to mention
really interesting
is just by seeding, the top 4 seeds in this round are actually Ben, Beachy, Nick, and then Lyrically, and then Kevin. And so Lyrically and Kevin actually are the 2 seeds who are currently projected to get upset. But yeah, it's interesting because I think both of them actually do have a chance to solve the 450, right? Either of them could very well rise to top 4 in the next little bit.
Yeah, so I guess Lyrically would go for 450 because it would probably look easier to get in 10 minutes. Like more likely, not easier maybe, but more likely, right?
Right. There's a lot less code you have to write, and we've seen that other people have gotten very fast solves in it. And so if she can come up with a solution very quickly, then it should be very fast to implement.
She's looking at 250 now, but yeah. Is she gonna switch to 450? I guess, yeah. But yeah, it looks a bit frantic, but I guess.
Right. There's 10 minutes left. I don't know. I don't know. Do you guys know how many minutes the previous contestants took to submit the 450? I think it was more than 10, right? So
I think around 10. Yeah. So it's going to be very.
I think it's a little bit more than 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and so he really has to kind of win on this problem.
And we now have a new development on the leaderboard, as we will show you in a moment. But it's a pretty important one because Maroon Curry has actually resubmitted the 450 problem. So apparently the max test case was not running quickly enough. And with this resubmission, Maroon went down to the 5th place. And one important thing about the scoring in Topcoder is that when you resubmit a problem, not only you get less points because obviously you spent more time to the last submission from the opening of the problem, but you also get a 10% point penalty on the problem if you resubmit. So in this case, Maroon got 45 points penalty, I believe. So if Maroon actually tested the max test case before submitting and fixed the performance issue, and he would not lose the 45 points, he would be in 4th. But now he has to stay in 5th.
Yeah, this is why I was saying I didn't understand why he was in such a rush to submit. If he had just tested a little more beforehand, he probably could have avoided this and still be sitting in 4th place.
Right. The 10% penalty.
Maybe he wasn't keeping track of the leaderboard very closely.
Probably not, yeah. But it looks like actually a pretty big blunder if it happens to stay in the same way as it is the leaderboard, I mean.
Right.
That would just cost him the advancement.
Right.
Yeah, Andrew, you were saying the 10%.
I was just saying the penalty is quite large, and so it is kind of often worth doing the basic level of testing. Just especially for a problem with the max case like this, when the max case is it's like it's just a single number. You don't have to invent any cases. It really doesn't take that much time to test it, and also it can save you a lot of points.
Yeah. 45 points is probably quite a lot of minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes. So definitely a big penalty.
It's actually non-linear, right? Like the formula is non-linear.
It's not. It's a little tricky. Yeah. But
but anyway.
What is it? Is it like
it's quite a bit
sigmoid, or
more
what
than
is
how long
this?
it takes to. Something like that. Yeah, I think it's like a logistic curve style of thing. But yeah, we have Kaysun's screen open here. So Kaysun is in an interesting spot because he has opened the 450 late enough that a submit kind of any time soon, especially with this resubmit from Curry, would push him into 4th place.
Right.
And it looks like he's just kind of in the details implementing, so there's a chance he can finish this up soon.
It looks like he is not implementing the reverse time solution as we were discussing. I think he might be implementing some DP, which I think will still work, but definitely will take him a lot more time to implement, and definitely is prone to a lot more bugs. And so he's definitely, if he continues on this solution, it's definitely plausible that he won't be able to finish this problem.
Absolutely, yeah, it would be enough for 4th place. And we're also looking at Stonefeang trying to solve the 1000. It seems that he's actually kind of done with the solution, but perhaps he has some performance issues still on the maximum test cases. So we'll see what happens. It seems from the scoreboard that he probably doesn't need 1000 to advance to the finals, but that would be really nice to win the round with an extra problem. So it would just feel good for the self-esteem, of course. And also, we have a new submission on the leaderboard. And this new submission came from kotatsugame on the medium problem. Like I said earlier, it is not enough for them to get to the top 4, but it's still less than 50 points away from the top 4, so just one successful challenge would be enough. It seems pretty difficult, like I said, maybe to challenge someone, but it could still be possible. And also another thing is that now every participant has opened every problem. So that's a milestone as well.
We can see all the timers counting down there.
So for the last 5 minutes here, I think, as far as submissions go, so Kevin on 450 looks very workable. We're not sure if he knows the solution, but he's certainly at least typing something. Lyrically, for sure, could get either of these 2 problems, and then a couple submissions in the 1000s, maybe, especially by these early submitters. It seems like those are the main submissions we're going to be looking at for our next 4 minutes left here.
Yeah. When we were looking at Stonefeang's code, we're still not too sure whether. I thought that he wasn't printing out the constructions, and so I'm not sure whether he was completely done or not, or maybe he was just waiting on that part. Here it looks like Lyrically is still testing her 1000.
1000?
Yeah, that's really surprising.
It was pretty surprising. It seems like at this point, the 1000, maybe she's decided that she doesn't have, there's just no way to solve either of the other 2 problems in time. But it's still, it's still pretty interesting. Another thing she could be looking for is maybe to construct hard max cases for challenges. I don't know if that's something that.
That's interesting. No one else has submitted the 1000, so I would think if you want a challenge, you should be looking at the 350 and 450 instead.
Someone might still submit it, right? But yeah. Like, Lyrically needs...
Well, you can then do that in the 5-minute intermission instead.
Right.
Probably a better
yeah, but if you have 5 minutes and you... Yeah.
Right. Here we see Kevin is still working on the medium. I'm at this point. I think his solution, he might not be able to finish a linear solution. I think with this solution, like the amount of backtracking, you have to write a DP, and then you also have to like backtrack through the DP and stuff. And so I think it might not, might be quite tricky to make it work.
Yeah.
One more thing
I'd 2 minutes.
Yeah, one more thing I'd add on the math with lyrically. There's some interesting conditional probability, right? So it's not just that there aren't 1000s to challenge, but it's also that lyrically should only be able to make it if people are failing easy or medium, right? And so, condition on that being the case, presumably you should be going to challenge them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, lyrically is within 2 challenges of 4th place, which is interesting because even if 2 people failed right now, she would end up at 5th place. So it's definitely a tough spot. It's possible there are enough failures that she could find 2 challenges, but that's definitely a big kind of mountain to climb.
Yeah, and also in the arena, I can see that Eryx is testing the 450 problem, and Maroon is testing the 350 problem. So testing does not necessarily mean something, but it probably means that they are preparing the test cases for the challenge phase. So it's interesting that they went for different problems, but I guess, like I said, like we discussed earlier, in the 450 problem, it's hard to come up with some tricky test cases because there's just one integer in the input. But the 350 is definitely more tricky.
Right.
The 1000 also, since there's so many people right on 4th, I think Maroon and Kotatsugame probably will be thinking about should they challenge Lyrically's 1000 and give that a try.
Yeah.
That's true too.
I'm excited to see if there are any last-minute submits here.
Yeah. BG343 is compiling and submitting this 1000 problem. We will be able to
that
see
could also be an interesting target to challenge.
With just 7 seconds to go, and we are done with the coding phase. Interesting. That actually changes. That actually changes the dynamics of the challenge phase, kind of, right? Because, like you said, that could be a target, even though it might not be important. Like last-minute submissions are always prone to be incorrect just because there was not enough time to test them. Maybe he didn't test it on the maximum test case at all, right? So it might happen that you just type the max test and pray, and then you get the plus 50 like that. For example, if I was Kotatsugame, I might just try the maximum test case on the 1000 immediately, like blind challenge. That could work. I don't know.
I agree. I think Kotatsugame is clear. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh yeah, I think the same thing for Lyrically. Lyrically is probably in the best position to do that. Probably has had a lot of time to come up with those test cases.
Right, and I was just going to say, Eryx and Maroon Curry are actually both in a very precarious spot, right, with the challenge phase. Like, from Eryx's perspective, he could go for that instant challenge, but minus 25 puts him in 5th. Maroon Curry is kind of similar. Minus 25 would lose him a place, and it would mean that, if someone fails above him, then he actually loses his spot in the finals. So I think Kotatsugame and Lyrically have a little bit more, they have a little have some more reason to go for the challenge. Yeah, they have less to lose here, right? And so I expect a challenge from one of them.
Right. We'll see if we see any other challenges. There might be some fast challenges on the 350 as well. Maybe not fully blind, but we might see some of those coming out pretty early as well.
Yeah, we can play a prediction game. How many 350s do you guys think will fail?
I think there will be one that fails.
I'm going to bet on
guys
0.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe in our compatriots here in Topcoder semifinal 1. I think they got it down.
Well, I mean,
I'll have to go a little higher.
I'm sorry, Scott, what was your prediction?
My prediction is none of them will
Scott
fall.
went 0.
Okay, yeah. I actually would say the same, yeah. I think 0 is a good guess.
It's not fun if you guys pick the same thing.
Oh, cannot take the same, I mean... 0.
I thought the rule is that they just cannot add to add. It's not right.
I guess I lose this game because I didn't read the rules. Sorry about that. You can see that Maroon is testing the 350 with some big test case, like 200,
Kudo was asking
2500 ones and 2500 zeros, right?
Right.
That's
not
was asking
valid.
about the sample, by the way. I think the sample for 350, so they have 11, 121, then they have 1,000, which is not possible, and then they have some big, like 12-digit number.
Right, which is possible.
Sample.
Yeah,
and don't. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem like it covers that many cases, but it does probably cover at least one case. There is a trailing 0 here at least, which is kind of interesting. But there's definitely a lot of cases left uncovered. At the same time, it is very easy to invent test cases that work, right? You just take any number x and then reverse it, and then add it to itself, and there you have a test case. And so,
I wonder if someone will fail the thing you mentioned, Andrew, where you were saying like A, B, C, D. If those are the digits, then A cannot be 0. Is that covered in these samples?
I don't think that's covered in these samples. I guess you could try to print. It kind of covered. In the second,
I guess
test
88.
case,
If you try to do 08, there's like some ways that you can. Yeah.
I would try and challenge.
In test case 2 as well as 110. So that also covers it. Yeah.
So challenge phase is starting in 15 seconds, like we discussed previously. So now the competitors will be able to look at others' codes, and if they find any bugs, they can propose a test case, which will be run. And if this test case does fail the solution, then they get 50 points for it. So we are in the challenge phase.
Are we going to see a blind challenge on Ben's 1000?
Okay, so we do have a blind challenge from KSUN48, unsuccessfully challenged Kotatsugame's 450. Unfortunately, it seems that Kevin is the only competitor probably who is not actually pretending like a candidate for the top 4, given how little points he has. But anyway, we'll see. Maybe there's a bloodbath and everyone fails.
Yeah, it looks like Maroon RK is looking at the 350s. I actually don't know how many people opened the 1000. I guess lyrically, it looks like it's opened the 1000. It has opened Ben's 1000.
Okay.
But no one has
KSUN
submitted
also
a
tried
challenge.
to challenge. Yeah, KSUN also tried to challenge the 500, the 450 from Maroon, also unsuccessful. It's probably relevant for his tournament standings, but it could be relevant for the others. It would mean that probably these two are not the submissions to challenge, right? Because someone else already. Okay, and now we do have.
Lyrically got Ben's
successful
1000
challenge.
Okay.
Lyrically got Ben's. So actually, testing the 1000 paid off a bit, but it's still not enough for the top 4 at the moment.
Lyrically still needs one more here.
Yeah.
Right.
That's doable.
Any one challenge will put her over. But one challenge and one failed challenge will not, right?
Yeah.
And so she still does have to be pretty careful.
And we have another challenge. Kotatsugame unsuccessfully challenged the 350 from Omnic, which puts Kotatsugame into a really hard spot, as now he needs 2 challenges, right?
One challenge is enough as long as he challenges someone in the top 4. If he goes for let's say Ben's 350, goes to 440, and then yeah. Conditional math here is all depends a lot on how the different. You know, I'm sure we'll see more challenges too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's all pretty tricky.
Okay. So we are looking at Kotatsugame's screen, and yeah, I don't know. He just opens some 350s and not, I don't know. It's pretty hard to read. Like, the codes are pretty long, so in the short time span of just 10 minutes, you have 7 other competitors. You just don't have enough time to thoroughly read all the codes. So what you can do is one of several things. You could try to focus on one solution, try to read it and hope that it's wrong somewhere and you can find some bug and like design a test case that exposes this bug. You could try to look through all the solutions and try to spot something that looks weird to you, that maybe you can just spot something that looks off and then just try a test case against that. What else could you do? Any other ideas for the challenge phase, guys?
Yeah,
is anyone focusing on lyrically's 1000? That could be an interesting one if we think, you know, the 1000 is just really hard, and it might make sense for, you know, Maroon Curry to challenge that, for example.
Right. It's an interesting point, and it looks like they have not been looking at the 1000.
Yeah, they're actually typing something. Oh, okay. So Lyrically is actually retyping the code from whose code is it? Do you know? Oh, we can check actually. It's Omnic's code for the 350. He was the first one to submit, right? And he has the highest point total on the 350. So his code is probably the shortest. So it can just be retyped because it's not too long, and then you can stress test it, right?
Well, but Lyrically doesn't have a correct solution, right? So.
But you can just generate a test case, right? You can just create a string, reverse it, add, and check, right? So like you can make test cases at least. Okay, and also case.
Well, then you can only test possible cases.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's true. That's something.
And unsuccessfully challenged that exact submission. So
actually, 2 people already tried this submission, right? Kotatsugame and TCO22 tried to challenge this.
Yes. Yeah.
So perhaps it's not the best choice for lyrically to retype this code, but that's some strategy like that could work anyway.
Right.
And we are gonna get another challenge from Keisan.
I think most of the 350s have been challenged at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
Unsuccessful challenge.
I'd like to see a challenge from Stonefeang. Like, he's 12 points behind first place right now. He should almost certainly qualify as long as he doesn't fail. I mean, he's already defended. It seems to make sense to just go for it and try and win the round.
Oh, and
Maroon unsuccessfully challenged Stonefeang's 450 and moved into 6th. Still within 50 points.
Yes, within 50 points. So that was safe in some sense for him. But he still needs.
It could have been bad if one of the top 4 failed, though.
Maroon should challenge Lyrically.
So Lyrically may actually want to sit here and just hope that somebody fails.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying? Who should challenge Lyrically?
Maroon should challenge Lyrically, I think.
Oh, on the 1000? Okay.
Yeah.
It seems that Maroon is reading the 450s, though. But there are still 3 minutes. Do you guys think there will be any more successful challenges? We have already seen a lot of unsuccessful challenges. mostly from Kevin, but from other people too. Expect any successful challenges in the next.
Andrew, how do you feel about that? Kevin
I've
was your
definitely
number one
been
pick.
in Kevin's spot before.
Well, yeah. Sometimes you just run bad, you know. And I'm pretty sure Omnic was the 7th pick of our draft, right? Is that right? He was the second to last person to be picked. So I don't know what to say about drafting skills.
I was going to say, I've been in Kevin's spot before. I've had a TCO round 4 where I wasn't quite there, and so I just did a bunch of challenges, got like negative 100 points, and then I failed the 250 and got a negative score. So hopefully that doesn't quite happen to Kevin, but I wonder if here Eryx should make a challenge, because he's more than 25 points ahead of Lyrically.
Oh, but that would give some more chances for Maroon, for example, right?
No, Maroon is already within 50 points. It would only change things for, I guess, for kotatsugame.
No, but I'm saying that Maroon will be able to make one more unsuccessful challenge, right? But anyway, it changes a bit, but not much. Also, Kevin tried to challenge Lyrically's 1000, and it was unsuccessful. So personally, I don't expect any more successful challenges at this point, but we'll see.
Yeah, Scott, for your strategy for Maroon Curry, would that change things? Would you still try to challenge Lyrically's 1000, given that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, sure, maybe if he has a 450 that he thinks is suspect, but honestly, I would still go for it. The cases are complex, right? I mean, it's hard to say what case is the quote unquote hard case for 1000.
But Maroon is
right.
still
At the same time, I'm not actually sure there are too many hard cases. Like, if you get it, because they ask for the count of good things, if it passes one large case, it probably passes most.
All right, we're going to see some
we're hearing from Jesse that Kotatsugame just experienced a minor earthquake. So, that, I hope he's okay. That might, mess up his game plan here, definitely, for sure. It sounds like it was fairly minor, so it doesn't sound like it's too serious. But
it's pretty interesting.
10 seconds
left. 10 seconds left. Non-zero challenge score is only at the bottom 4, because those are the people who needed to get to the top 4. And we are done. No more challenges, and the round is completed.
Well, the round is almost
we didn't see any last-second challenges.
The round is completed for the contestants, but we still do not yet know the final standings.
Absolutely. So some submissions could still fail the system testing, and in this case, they will just be worth 0 points.
Right. And so
I do think a couple last minute
it's unlikely
make sense here. I think it's we'll see how it turns out, but I think it's interesting that we didn't get too much activity at the end.
Right. There definitely were a lot of people who were definitely within one challenge, so it seems like they had some chances.
Anyway, it was a great.
But right now we are. Sorry, go ahead. I don't know exactly how long these sys tests will take, but afterwards we should have a scoreboard reveal. We'll see when we have that set up.
That's correct. We will soon go into the system testing. It should happen pretty soon at this point. So anyway, what do you guys think about the problems? Did you find them at the level you expected?
I really like this set, actually. I'm very snobbish about problems usually, but I think these problems are quite good. I think, the 350, I like the statement a lot. It's very short and very clean, and the solution is quite nice. 450 is great. I think a lot of these observations are very cute observations. And then the 1000, I think, is a good 1000. Especially, I think, when you're writing a hard problem, you would love to have for, 1 or 2 out of the 8 contestants solve it. I think it's not amazing if zero solve it. It's not amazing if too many of them solve it either. And I think this is I like the difficulty overall of the set a lot. Yeah.
I think as a problem setter,
I think a lot of
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of semifinal rounds have just vary all over the board in terms of how difficult they are. Sometimes, you know, only the easy problem gets solved, and sometimes all three problems get solved. And I think this is, I like this kind of middle ground where it does seem like, so far at least, it does seem like the cutoff is a solid, easy, and medium 2 problems, where, and the 1000 seems hard but doable. So there are kind of a lot of paths that you could take to get to the finals here.
Yeah, I was about to say that as a problem setter, you would be happy to have lyrically in your contest, so that at least someone solves the 1000 problem. It's a bit sad that at the moment is not enough to get to the top 4, but we will see what happens during the SIS test.
Right. Lyrically will make it if anyone above her fails, right? And so she's definitely hoping that, you know, someone missed a challenge.
Lydia asks, do you have any secret strats for tomorrow?
So,
I mean, if we told you guys, they wouldn't be secret, right?
I can tell you that I don't have any. So I'm just being clear on that. It kind of depends on the point values of the problems, right? So, for example, the standard point values are 250, 500, 1000. Today we had a harder, easy problem, an easier, medium problem. It was 350, 450, 1000. Tomorrow we might see a totally different scoring. So, you know, and actually we don't have a lot of time before the contest when we know the scoring. So there is not like, the strategy could definitely rely on the score, on the point values. I think for me, I would 99% go easy, then medium, then hard. So you can just count on that. But you guys don't have to tell your strategies for tomorrow.
I think Scott, you described it as the confidence play.
Yeah, the confidence play. I agree. And Gennady is known for the confidence play, to say the least. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'll share a strat from a few years ago, which is which was to just sit and not open any of the problems for a bit. Genna and I were in the finals together, and we were both doing this for the first couple minutes of the contest. Basically, it was actually hilarious. But the thinking is this, especially when qualification is your goal, you often want to be just ahead of somebody else in timing, and typically it's hard to time or know when to do that. But if you open the problem like 2 minutes later than them, then you can wait and see their submission, submit yours right after, and then you will be ahead of them in time, right? And so you can sit on that and just open a little bit later, and then you get the luxury of getting to wait for the next 250 submission. We had talked about this a decent bit at TCO a few years ago.
I think all 4 of us do this sometimes in SRMs, and so we'll have to see how long it takes. Like tomorrow, it might just take a while for the first problem to get opened. We'll see.
I do it sometimes when I'm late for the SRMs.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Okay, I have a fun question for you guys since we're all competing tomorrow. Which semifinal do you think is harder?
Okay, so for me, the second semifinal looks harder, but that could, like, anything could happen in any semifinal, obviously.
I would actually.
So John, if all the contestants use the late strategy, the strategy will be useless. See, that's actually it does actually change the meta because it means that we have less time for the contest, which I think is good for sure.
Like, we might actually only have an 80-minute contest.
All right, here we go.
All agree on that. All right, we are going into the reveal. Yeah. right. So the intrigue is.
So I guess we're still waiting for the tests to load, for the scoreboard to load. But once we do, we should see everyone's submissions. Maybe the music is cutting as well. So, let's see. But yeah, I guess we can keep talking for a bit while this is loading. We were talking about the late open strategy, and see here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this will be interesting because no one is safe. Anyone with one fail is
okay. KSON48 passed the 350 problem actually, and
the 350,
yeah, he has a positive score, which is great. Kotatsugame passed both problems and stays in the 7s. Maroon passed both problems and stays in the 6.
This one will be interesting.
This one definitely.
Lyrically fails.
And so lyrically fails.
Yeah.
And so now Maroon Curie is the one who's hoping for someone to fail.
Which there we go.
Does happen.
Okay, our prediction.
Okay, so Maroon Curie advanced for sure.
Yes, Maroon Curie is the first one to advance. Stonefeang is the second one to advance. Congratulations.
Very nice, very nice.
Ben also advances.
Finally,
as well.
One more. This is for Kotatsugame to see.
Wow.
Oh, and Dominic also fails.
Wow,
so
just by 5 points.
Amazing. So we have BQI 343, Stonefeang, Maroon Curie, and Kotatsugame advance to the finals.
This is crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow,
that's
so
amazing. It's just 5-point difference.
If Kotatsugame had done that last-minute challenge, that could have been 5th place right there. So that is actually a very unexpected result. And I guess I have to jump in and say I was right about 2 fails on the 350.
I would say
wasn't like that at the end, but
of our top 4 seeds, only Ben made it. The Umnik, Kson, and Lyrically were all top 4 seeds here, and they actually all failed to make it here. It's actually a crazy effect here. So,
right. Another thing is that Kevin did in fact challenge Umnik's solution at some point, and so it looks like despite that challenge, he was, he wasn't able to. It was in fact incorrect, but he was not able to find the correct challenge test case.
Yeah, I think a lot of interesting things about this challenge phase. So first of all, Umnik's easy problem was challenged twice, and also lyrically retyped actually this code. I don't know if she actually got to test it on some test cases, but it's interesting that like a lot of people were looking at Umnik's easy code and still nobody could challenge it, but it still failed.
Right.
That's unexpected. And also Kotatsugame was 7th before the system test and got to the 4th place, which is also amazing.
Yeah, crazy moves.
Absolutely.
Pretty insane.
it's kind of a nice ending that in order to make the top 4 here, you just had to solve 2 problems.
Yes, regardless of what else you do, right? Just solve 2 problems and you advance. Yeah, that's pretty nice. And that's kind of fair.
Although it was very close. Like,
yeah,
there could have been a 1 problem.
Right. If, for instance, if Ben had failed his 350 instead of Umnik, then Kotatsu would not have advanced, right?
That's right, yeah.
So it's definitely very close. Well, congrats, to our top 4 contestants.
We have Ben, Stonefeang, Maroon, and Kotatsugame. And so they'll all be competing against some 4 of us from the semifinal tomorrow, and the finals will be on Saturday.
Maybe all 4 of us.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
you know,
we're gonna make
with
it,
some
right?
luck, they might be competing against all 4 of us. We'll have to see.
Well, I don't know if Pieter's in the chat here. He might have something to say.
You know, otherwise, you might see us back on stream to commentate the finals. So, you know, hope to not see you guys there.
I guess that's the consolation prize for not making it.
Right.
All right. So, any final words you guys want to say before we wrap the broadcast? Neil?
No, just thanks Topcoder for having us host. Thanks to Jesse for all her hard work here. And we'll see you tomorrow. Not as hosts, but you know, we'll be on the screen.
Right. You'll see us. Yeah. Good luck, everyone, tomorrow. Hope the problems are also good, and we'll thank you guys all for tuning in.
All right.
Yep. Thanks a lot to everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
And yep, see you all tomorrow and on Saturday. And thank you for watching. Thanks, Topcoder. See you all. Goodbye.
Bye.